from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf. The Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea, and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Farisha.
And my name is Brendan, and we will be your MC for this morning. And it's an honor to be here with each and every one of you, especially a big shout out to our distinguished VVIPs who are here with us for this morning agenda as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to host policymakers, industry leaders, investors, scientists across the ASEAN and global innovation ecosystem.
The strategic timing of this initiative coincides with Malaysia's 5th ASEAN Chairmanship. This period also marks key milestones, including the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the ASEAN Community, and it aligns with the ongoing development of ASEAN Community Vision 2045.
This collaborative endeavor brings together government units, academic experts, industry leaders, and prominent venture investors in science and technology, not to forget innovation from across ASEAN and beyond. All gathered here to deliberate upon the future landscape of innovation in science and technology.
This platform reflects the summit commitment to nurturing future innovators and accelerating technology-driven progress. Today's mark the beginning of the shared commitment to deeper cooperation, stronger regional synergy, and a future-ready innovation ecosystem for ASEAN.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to say a big thank you for those who are involved in making this day a success. So we'd like to take a moment to honor the partners whose generous support has made this summit possible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without being said, I would like to call upon our guest of honor, Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chong, Honorary Advisor Summit and Advisor to the Ministry of Plantation and Commodities Malaysia, to join us on stage. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to also invite Ms. Ravina, the CEO of Intrinsic C, and also representative of NCT, ISET, and SIEF. But also, we'd like to call upon Mr. Alec Wang, the co-founder of Intrinsic C, and Mr. Andrew Sandon, co-founder of Intrinsic C, to join us on stage as we present the token of appreciation to all of our partners for this morning. Please join us on stage. Thank you.
Flagship. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon our sponsors and collaborators. The first collaborator and sponsor is Flagship. Grab. MAG. TRX. Tour Plus.
And also appreciation to KT Cap Consulting, Navidaman, iFlyTech, Target Media, Perfect, All right, once again, we would like to give a roll call to our sponsors who made this event possible. Just a roll call, if you haven't already went onto the stage. Flexi Grab, MAG, TRX, Tour Plus, KT Cap Consulting, Navidaman, iFlyTech, Target Media, and also Perfect.
Next is Bloom This. Bloom This.
Okay, moving forward, we've got Bloom This. I would like to show our appreciation as well to Bronzeville, calling upon Shami, Urban Pinnacle, Kintry, Shai Chuang, China Mobile, Xiamen Link Beyond, Fujian Anshuan Yingji Suehui. And last but not least, Intrinsic Innovation. To all the distinguished recipients representing your organization, please join us on stage to receive a token of appreciation. Once again, a big shout out to our sponsors. Your contributions and partnership are truly invaluable. And of course, to the advancement of ASEAN's innovation and ecosystem, you are at the pinnacle simply because of your support for us. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of our sponsors for this morning's agenda. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a round of applause. To the recipient, please come forward as we're about to take a group photo with each and every one of you. Look at the main cam right below the stage area. He's waving his hands. Take a good look into it and smile. Here's an opportunity for the video. Wave at the camera in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. And once again, a big shout out to our sponsors. Thank you very much for being involved. And thank you very much for being here, for making this day a success, for making this event a success. This is the ASEAN Technology Summit of 2025. And we're so happy to have each and every one of you gathered here for this morning's agenda. Thank you once again. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you so much to our distinguished VVIPs. Thank you, Dr. Tan Yu Chong, the Honorary Advisor, Summit and Advisor to the Minister of Plantation and Commodities Malaysia. And to our VIPs who are here with us, our distinguished guests as well, you may now kindly take your seats.
We sincerely thank each and every one of you for your continued support, your trust, and your commitment to nurturing innovation, collaboration, and progress across ASEAN. Your partnership truly makes this summit possible, and we are deeply grateful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the first roundtable forums for this morning, with the theme, the technological paradigm shift in sustainable mobility. And of course, with the topic, future mobility and smart transportation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now begin with the first forum. Now, this forum will explore a pivotal question. How can technological innovation reshape mobility, and what roles do government, academia, investors, and industry play in this transformation? Now, to guide today's discussion, we are honored to have our moderator for our very first forum. Please welcome Technologist Chia Bok Eng, ExCo member of the Malaysia TRIS Innovation Association, MyTRIS.
Joining the forum as panelists are esteemed representatives from key sectors. From the government, Mr. Muhammad Safwan bin Muhammad Zairi, Chief Ecosystem Officer, MRANTI. Industry, Ms. Ravina Chen, Summit Chairperson and CEO, Intrinsic C. Academic, Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Muhammad Rosli, Muhammad Hassan, University Science Malaysia. And investor, Mr. Lai Han Xiong, Managing Director, Fortune Capital.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists are on stage. Our moderator has taken his seat. We begin with the first forum on future mobility and smart transportation. Over to you, Technologist Chia Bok Eng.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to our panel discussions on the future of sustainable mobility here at the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. So today we are very privileged to have this distinguished panel of experts to help us navigate through this exciting and complex topic. Okay, so today we have our very, very powerful speakers. Okay, first is actually our Tuan Muhammad Safwan bin Muhammad Zairi, the Chief Ecosystem Officer at the MRANTI, offering an ecosystem builder's perspective on fostering innovation. And also we do have, of course, none other than Ms. Ravina, CEO of the Intrinsic Southeast Asia, Forbes China Top 100 Honorary and Global Strategist driving sustainable innovation for smart transportation and future mobility across Southeast Asia. And also we have our Associate Professor, Technologist Dr. Muhammad Rosli, Head of the Sustainable Asphalt Research Group, SARG, who will guide us through academic insights on sustainable infrastructure that underpins mobility. And last but not least, Mr. Lai, an experienced investor, okay? So who needs money, look for him, okay? So who brings a critical investor viewpoint on financing this transformation. So ladies and gentlemen, the transition to sustainable mobility is no longer a peripheral concern, but a central pillar for our regional future. For a region as dynamic and diverse as ASEAN, Getting mobility right is not just an environmental goal, okay? It is actually a strategic economic imperative. This imperative is deeply intertwined with global ambition, such as the United Nations, the SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, and also SDG 13, Climate Action, which call for fundamental rethinking of how we move people and the goods. So over the next 42 minutes, okay, we will explore the technological shift, the collaborative models, and also the strategic imperative needed to accelerate sustainability mobility in ASEAN. So to my esteemed panelists, so when we talk about a paradigm shift, okay, so in this sustainable mobility, so what does that mean from your unique professional standpoint? And actually, how do you envision this transformation in your respective domain? So maybe we start with Tuan Safwan, okay?
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Daja Hao. How? Okay, so thank you. My name is Safwan. I represent an agency of Malaysia, agency under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation called MRANTI. I think in terms of when we talk about sustainability and just opening up the topic, I think we need to, in terms of, for the benefit of everybody here and for the benefit of those people who are involved in sustainability mobility, we have to, first of all, think about from the design stage. I think in terms of when we talk about what does sustainability mean, what does mobility means? Yeah, I think in terms of today, we're also touching the topic of SDG. How is it relevant to 11 and 13, i.e. talking about sustainable climate and also climate change, sustainable cities and climate change. So you have to start from design, think from terms of how, talking about technology relating to mobility, what are the data that is required, what kind of platform is required, what are the initiatives from the ecosystem players when you talk about government, when you talk about startups, when you talk about civil society as well. Yeah, I think, and also institute of higher learning, university. So I think just to kick it off, in terms of when we talk about sustainable mobility, we have to think about all the actors and also the why. Yeah, so I think let's start with the why, in order to ensure that we deliver the impact that is required.
Thank you, Tuan Safwan. So how about you, Ms. Ravina?
Yeah. I might share the initial line why we have this future mobility one. Because whenever we mention a bit mobility, a lot of people think it's a car. But when here we mention the future mobility, we want to consider centralized, the drone, the low altitude flying devices, the car, and the smart driving devices, even the boat, auto-driving boat, the ocean technology, space technology. All these kind of vehicles we consider future mobility. So we will have so many guests here to discussion about that. And currently, majority of our mobility is still on one surface. But in future, it's going to be the vertical indifferent. Like we have the bridge, we have the tunnel, like currently. But in the future, we will have the low altitude, high altitude, flying everything. And maybe we can transfer a bit within space, who knows? So I think this is all the interesting topic. And currently, you say we have all the on the ocean wine line as well. So all these kind of things combined together, we consider future mobility. And it's not only about how we moving, it's also about how we're moving smarter. Like, for example, during COVID, we have Zoom. Okay, it's not the mobility, but it's help us to communication faster. Yes. And for in the future, maybe we want, okay, we'll travel to space, we'll travel to ocean, especially the reason we want to settle this topic in South Asia. Also because like Malaysia, Indonesia have very, very variety of the ocean resource. And we don't have enough research to research about ocean technology yet. But all this kind of asset, which is very, very advantage for South Asia, we want to highlight South Asia can be the very good research center for the ocean technology regarding the under ocean mobilities as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ravina. Yeah, it's a very actually interesting point. Okay, when you talk about innovation, as an innovator myself, I like to usually look from a different paradigm or the different perspective. For example, right, the vertical, right? So usually when I design chips, I will look into the what is underneath and what is on the surface and what is beyond the surface. So you touch it pretty precisely, and that is the paradigm that we really need. Yeah. Before that, I was thinking about EV and the taxi, right? The taxi, and she brought up one good point. Is actually the boat as well, which I may not thought of that, yeah. And also, Tuan Saifan also mentioned about design, right? Everything we need to start from the design, right? It's not about afterthought, then we start to fix it, but we start it right. So this is actually another important paradigm that we need to have in mind. So how about you, Dr. Rusli, yeah, from an academic perspective? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. When we talk about the mobility, so urban planning, before we keep on talking about what is the fastest car in the world. And then we are moving from the car-centric design to the, people mobility, right? So then, as mentioned by the Prime Minister of Malaysia, so then we have to focus more on the transit-oriented development. So then, everything can be reached by the walking distance. So the hub of the public transportation should help. So then people not only travel by their own car, but also it is coming from the other type of, vehicle. Let's say autonomous vehicle. We have EV. We have a MAS, which is the mobility as a service, which is the combination of different kind of, mode of transportation that come together, complement each other, rather than we competing between, the type of mobility that we have.
Thank you, Dr. Rosli, for the great insight. And how about you, Mr. Lai, from the investor perspective? What are the paradigm shifts that we need to bear in mind? Yeah.
Thank you. First, I'm Han Xiong. I'm a Malaysian. Right now, I work for a China early-stage venture capital firm based in Beijing, and we've been around for 10 years. So I'm very happy to be on stage today. What is the sustainable mobility, right? That's the question. So first, I'd like to just briefly mention some of the mobility startups that my company has invested over the last several years, and then I will give a short definition to my understanding. So we have invested in altogether 8 mobility startups in China. The first one is the electric vehicle, Li Xiang Qi. Second is the two-wheeler electric motorbike, Xiao Niu. And the third one is an ADAS system, the autonomous driving assisted system that is equipping Proton Saga today, the next new model. They just signed an agreement a couple of months ago. The fourth one is, think of it as the Grab or the Uber for container freight transportation, right? So you're connecting container ship arriving at the port, orchestrated by AI, just in time to go to the warehouse. And they are launching electric autonomous trucks in Ningbo. And I'll illustrate a little bit. These are all future mobility. In fact, it's happening. It's happening. And then the fifth one, as touched by Rowena, we have invested in a 6-seater, fully electric, zero emission, electric vertical takeoff and landing, right? Based in Shanghai. It's called Volant. Definitely green, definitely sustainable because it's battery, swapping battery. There's no need to charge. And then we also invested in a personal mobility. Think of it as the Tesla for wheelchair, right? You just say you want to go from A to B. It will avoid all the objects. It will bring you there, right? Personal mobility, not the electric wheelchair. It's the EV for wheelchair. And we have invested in the industrial autonomous mobile robots that moves around the warehouse for complex logistics center so that human doesn't have to move around. And then lastly, we invested in the humanoid mobility, humanoids, right? Full-size humanoid. And finally, we invested in the most difficult embedded AI hardware, which is the hand, because the hand moves things as well, right? So I consider it as part of mobility. So I like to talk about what future of sustainable mobility in the context of some of the companies that we have invested. So it's a 3-part definition. Allow me to articulate it. So to me, sustainable mobility is a intelligent multi-modal, meaning you have different mode of transportation, not just air, as Ravenna said, the sea as well, the land, right, and the low-altitude economy, right? So it's an intelligent, multi-modal, integrated or connected mobility ecosystem. It's an entire ecosystem, not an isolated cases, that seamlessly integrates the land, the ground, and the sea. And it is dynamically orchestrated by AI, right? Almost in real time, right? But when we have 6G, it's definitely real time. And it has to be cleaner, safer, and more efficient, right? So these three criteria is critical. And this model will replace what it is today, which is owner-centric, right? Owner and isolated, not connected. So this is, to me, the future of sustainable mobility.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lai. Just now, you actually helped me to experience a paradigm shift, okay? I was thinking about all the EVs and low-altitude economies, right? But you brought up two things that actually attracts my attention. Now, one is actually the EV wheelchair, right? So this is actually, thank you for investing in this area, okay? Because as nations or the world is getting into the aging population, definitely that is actually is really a nice fit on that, right? So thank you so much for doing that. And also not forgetting helping to make the fleets faster so that my wife can get this online shopping items faster, okay? Thank you so much, okay? Okay, so maybe let's shift gear a little bit, okay, to Tuan Saifwan, right? As an ecosystem builder, right, how would you actually evaluate the current state of mobility innovation in ASEAN? And how do platforms like MRANTI's Match platform help to accelerate the discovery of the new solutions? Tuan Saifwan.
Thank you. I think it's not, I appreciate in terms of my esteemed panel here because we have university, we have the person with money, yeah,
that's right.
Venture builder as well as a government agency. And in terms of the way how I view the current ecosystem in terms of Malaysia, ASEAN, and globally as well, I think in this room, right, there's a lot of very brilliant, intelligent people. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
A lot of intelligent, brilliant people in this room? Yes?
Yep.
No? Yes? Okay. And I think in terms of all of those great ideas, yeah, you can't actually take the ideas on as it own in its raw form to the market. And I think this is an area that you are very familiar with. We have a Malaysia Board of Record in terms of the most number of patents in Malaysia. You guys should give him a clap, right? So I think in terms of we need to be able to collaborate with the ecosystem players. But however, when I look at the current ecosystem, whether or not we're talking about mobility or any other technology, it is still very fragmented. It is very, very silo, yeah? Unfortunately, that's the case. Agency do what agency does best. University do what university does best. Yeah? Funder will be like trying to find in terms of which one gives me the best return. And a venture builder trying to build in terms of what's the next kind of like technology that's going to impact the world. And this is where I feel that we need to address that. So one of the things that, sessions like today, it gives us the opportunity in terms of understanding who's doing what and why. And I think this is where we need to bring back in terms of, by design, that collaboration between ecosystem. If we're going to talk about mobility, in terms of what kind of mobility do we actually require, right? Because government is also a funder. Actually, government should be the funder of the first resort, right? That enables university to do what kind of R&D in the area of mobility, right? And then it's easier then for Hanxiong to pick up in terms of, okay, this is good, right? This is what I want. And also Ravenna can also take them abroad. And this is what I see in terms of largely missing right now, yeah? I would love that, my wish is that by end of today's session, we are able to bring the ecosystem closer so that we have a good collaboration between academia, public sector, private sector, and civil society as well, in order that we can address in terms of making mobility not just great, but also sustainable.
Yeah, totally agree with Tuan Saifwan, right? So for me as an inventor, right, if let's say just me alone, the idea won't go far, okay? It would just end up with a piece of paper or the plaque, the most, right, a patent plaques. but it will not get to the market, right? So in order to get making a meaningful impact, right? So we really need to take the whole village, right, to do that job, right? Yeah, so Ms. Ravina, so one of the reasons I woke up early in the morning, 4 a.m., to catch the first flight here to KL is actually to want to learn one thing from you, okay? So you have been in this industry, right, for quite some time, right? So actually, what are how are companies like Intrinsic Southeast Asia adapting to this new mobility technology and also the expectation?
So yeah, thank you. Firstly, thank you for coming so far away from 4 a.m. to here. And we have so many guests like flying from overseas come here to gathering. So we not only want to build a dialogue, like Safwan mentioned, like we want after this dialogue finish, it's a collaboration there, it's a partnership there. So Intrinsic say, for our opinion, we're not just a company. The reason we're here because we're kind of bridging everybody together. Firstly, we have our PE funds. So we kind of have some money, can we do investment? Secondly, we have our venture capital. So that one is very focused on the early stage deep tech companies. Like when Ms. Han mentioned the mobility of the vehicle, one of our portfolio company called Click Mobile. They are super popular during the China International Exportations, which is they are doing the a wheelchair for the people moving inside of the hospital, and they can be also using for wellness center. And this year they come out with a new homestay, like the AI robot, which is can accompany with elder people as well, which is also kind of mobility. So we can say all this kind of portfolio will be investment. They get most popular, they get very attractive as well. And for Intrinsic C, as a strategic consultant arm for the Intrinsic Group, we have the different space in Canada, North American, South American, Japan, China, South Asia, and we also planning operation to Middle East next year. So this kind of a global network actually will be help them growing faster, because no matter how when we're talking about deep tech, it's not using for China, not only using for Malaysia. It's using for human, for the society.
Right.
So once we can become the bridge to link everybody, if it's going well, for example, Malaysia have good ocean technology. If we can have some mobilities moving under the ocean, maybe we can bring to Australia. Maybe we can bring to any place called ocean. And China have so many low altitude flying devices, already super mature, and they have different testing zones in Great Bay Area, in Yangtze River Bay Area. So all this kind of thing, maybe we can testing in Johor, in Singapore, in Kuala Lumpur. So basically similar distance. And when we're talking with USM, have so many research didn't commercialize yet. So also want to say how those kind of researchers can be commercialized with government funds, with government support, no matter, not only just the money, because I do believe in the society have people like us, like Mr. Han, we're willing to support the entrepreneurs, the good ideas, the genius, research, scientific, to be entrepreneur. But at the same time, not only about research, but also about obligation. That's why we had so many government agencies here, because we wanted they can hear what is the scientific, what is entrepreneur talking about what we want, the policy support from the government side as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ravina. So, Dr. Rosli, just now we during our chat, right? So we talk about who to look for money, right? So now you have the answer, okay? She's just sitting beside you, okay? All right. So let's get back to this. So, Dr. Rosli, this question is to you, right? So we are seeing rising trends on the AI and also the IoT research for transportation, right? For example, the deep learning for lane marking detection in ADAS, and also the machine learning optimizing the VANETs, and also the IoT-enabled controllers for energy efficiency. So do you see how this isolated innovation, right, can be brought together to create a more seamless and a safer network? Yeah. Dr. Rosli.
Thank you. Actually, those technology work in different layers, right? But we should bring them together to make sure that it can be benefit not only, with the technology that we have, but also how we can make our ecosystem, which is way much ready for the future mobility. Because mobility that we talk is people can move freely and also safely, right? The same, one of the example that given is the VANET, which is we have the ad hoc system and also the mobile system that can let the vehicle-to-vehicle communication and also vehicle to roadside unit, which is can tell, hey, at the front we have the congestion, or at the front we have an accident, or within this area, it is black spot area. Then there is something that the driver should take initiative that say get ready with the system, or maybe they can maneuver and find different route for them to travel, let's say if they take the car, right? You know, when we talk about this, and I also believe that an academician, right, we also have to play a role in to make sure how we get ready with the talent. So that's why when we talk about the program today in academic, we should be more dynamic, right? To make sure that, you know, yes, we have the mobility program to so, you know, send students go somewhere to learn something, right? So to make sure that we can have a good system ahead, which is not only getting ready for our future generation, but one day we'll be getting older, right? We need something that can help to move, to mobile or to commute from one place to the other place. So we need, you know, today in the system that we have to make sure we have a balanced system, not only the system that can good for the individual, but also for the sharing, okay? So let's say for me, myself, I always believe that I have to learn as well, even though I teach students. Recently, I just back from China, and also I have few meetings with Shanghai Jiao Tong University, with Huazhong Keqi Daxue, with the University Chongqing Jiao Tong Daxue, Chongqing University, and also I have a good collaboration with few universities in Europe about the, you know, about this thing. Rather than we just talk about the civil engineering, I'm from civil engineering, but now rather than we just focus on the civil engineering to make sure that we have a future mobility at the front, we should look into how we can make our system smart. So then we are coming up with a system, with a program where we have the student not only register at USM, right? Then they learn if they just, it just very limit within that environment. But why don't we have them, they also able to get, you know, inputs coming from other university, which is in China, in Belgium, Antwerp University, in RMIT in Australia. So these are the things that in university we are working forwards. We are looking forwards to make that it is, you know, a system and you know, how to make the system ready by producing a good talent. Okay?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rosli. You bring out another great perspective, right? So a lot of times you want to bring an innovation, right? It's not only just a small domain, right? So actually it cut across various domains. So for example, in the semiconductor industry I'm in, so when we look at one innovation, it's not only at a specific area, but it actually cut across, right? From in terms of a legal framework, in terms of the sourcings, in terms of the technical, the mechanical. So I think that is a very good point that we need to look into beyond our own domains, right? But we need to look at the overall end-to-end system, right? So thank you, Dr. Rosli, for bringing this. Okay, Mr. Lai, come back to the money, okay? So as an investor, okay, so I believe you are frequently being approached by new product concepts and also the business model, yeah? So a lot of people are trying to impress you, right, with their great products. Come on, invest in me, right? Yeah. So, so will you share your thoughts on the business case for, you know, for the ideas that require, you know, infrastructure-heavy innovations? Yeah.
Okay, I believe you're talking about the urban consolidation.
Yeah, maybe, for example, right? Yeah, the UCC is one of the example, right? So, yeah, sometimes these new ideas could involve this significant upfront cost, right? So, actually, how do you actually, as an investor, right? How do you manage that, and how do you move forward with those kind of projects?
Okay. So this urban consolidation center concept has been around. Now we have not invested in the UCC because, to be frank, it's not a good business case. Illustrate why. In different cases, right? Especially in Europe. But we have invested in components of UCC or smart logistics center, where we believe there's not just a use case dependent on UCC, but there are other use cases. For example, the autonomous mobile robots. Because we believe that not only it has the application in UCC or smart logistics complex, but it can also apply to other non-logistics scenario. So that's the company that we have invested in, based in Beijing. Now, in terms of the business case, Europe and US and ASEAN has slightly different. So for Europe, there's some interesting statistics I'm going to share with you in terms of the mass upfront investment that the governments have invested. So out of the 82 UCCs in Europe, only 62 are still operating today, 20 are terminated. Over 100 UCC projects across 17 Europe countries. Most of them fail to meet their financial and sustainable goals. And 65% of them needs government subsidies because they cannot survive alone. So that's not a good business case. 50 of them fail, right, in Europe. So when it comes to business case, because they are upfront costs, because the last mile of transportation, the benefit from the last mile, less vehicle, less pollution, you need to realize those benefits to compensate for the upfront investment, technology, the land, right, the new SLAs. So for Europe, it's a mixed business case proposition. But in China, it's a different picture, right? China is a good business case. Because I live in China nowadays. I spent about many years in the US and Europe as well. In China, within the same day, you can actually receive your goods. Ravina knows well, right? We live in China. And then China has the big platform approach where you have guaranteed minimum volume from the likes of Jingdong, right? You have Taobao, you have Pinduoduo, right? These are massive players that can guarantee enough volume to justify your upfront investment across the entire logistics investment. So then that's a good business case. In today, it's thriving, it's definitely making money. Even Jingdong is getting into the Waimai, I mean the food delivery, right? Which is kind of food mobility as well. So I think for business case-wise, we need the government to do more. We need the industry to do more. For example, right? I don't know whether any Malaysian government in the transportation industry here, anybody here? Anybody from CAM? So China is taking a technology approach, right, on the last mile. It has unmanned vehicle, right? It has electric vehicle. Europe is definitely too expensive, right? And energy cost is too expensive. I mean, for some reasons, they're geopolitical, they cannot help it. But China is minimizing the last mile, right? Unmanned vehicle, electric trucks. In fact, one of our investment is testing autonomous, like what Dr. MRANTI says, right? From Yiwu to Ningbo, right, which is the busiest route, one of the routes in the world for trucking, for fleet, they are experimenting with a cluster of 5 trucks. The first truck has a human being. The next 3, 4 to 5 trucks is autonomous. Like what Safwan said about V2V communication. They are using V2V communication to communicate the second, third, fourth, and the fifth trucks has no driver, right? They will move in one cluster, right? In a fixed route orchestrated by artificial intelligence dynamically. So with this investment on business case, then I would say there's a good case. And I think Malaysia and ASEAN should partner and leverage with China on this frontier technology to make a strong business case for Malaysia, starting with Malaysia, because I believe in Malaysia, I'm a Malaysian, and I think we can do something great.
Thank you, Mr. Lai, for sharing your thoughts. Okay. So we still have about 15 more minutes before the first session ends. So I'd like to open this time for the floor to maybe we want to take 1 to 2 questions. So if there are any questions that you would like to ask, yeah. So I see a lady in blue. Yeah, maybe can we bring a microphone to her? Yeah. Okay, maybe. Yeah, maybe right there. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. And maybe for the second question, you may line up there. Okay. Yeah. You may line up there, madam. Yeah. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Hello?
Okay, yeah,
Okay, there.
a short one. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, my name is Selena Agaton, and I'm Filipino-Canadian. I've actually designed and led innovative transportation and mobility programs for World Bank and Global Affairs Canada, specifically with the APEC Canada Growing Business Partnership. So I have 2 questions and 2 comments, specifically because Malaysia is hosting ASEAN right now. And in terms of an actual paradigm shift, I think the elephant in the room that we need to address is that there is a lot of funding available through official development assistance. So global nations contribute taxpayer funds to low and middle income countries to fund economic development, infrastructure development, humanitarian development, etc. However, this is a $200 billion annual budget globally. But with official development assistance funding, only 7% of that actually goes directly to the local organizations. So 93% of that goes to Western organizations. That's North America, that's Europe, and Australia. So that is one of the priorities that we need to address and hopefully develop consensus across ASEAN. Secondly, I have to laud Malaysia because I designed, out of the International Road Assessment Program, new methodologies that pay local data collectors $100 per hour. And Malaysia has received a 5-star award for their MyRAP, which is the Malaysian Road Assessment Program. So I applaud you for that. But we have to address also how when we're talking about innovation and you're talking about it takes a village, the framework that we're working with continues to be the Sustainable Development Goals. So that the SDGs are across 17 different goals, which effectively means that at the local level, at the national and regional level, communities are working with 17 different silos. And within those silos, there's the different industry silos, so government, business, and they could work more effectively together. And then there's usually the contracts awarded to the urban centers, so it in some ways perpetuates the urban and rural divide. So a lot of this funding that funds a lot of the private sector innovations focuses on grants, which can take decades to actually implement because these grant cycles, you know, there's a large reliance on grant cycles to produce the data that takes multiple years often to produce. And just about every report in ASEAN right now often talks about the lack of data, the lack of local capacity, and the lack of funding. So we know there is plenty of funding. It's just a matter of being able to redistribute that to where it's needed. So since Malaysia has showcased this innovation, and my company has also trained the geospatial team at Grab, who I see is here as well. How can we shift away from the grant model? Because the innovation pipeline just takes too long. And how do we shift into a local data economy model where local communities are actually producing their own data and being paid up to $100 a year just so we can address all our critical challenges right now?
Thank you so much for the question. Yeah, so Tuan Saffron, you want to take that?
I'm looking for an easier question. That is not an easy question. That's a very long question. But indeed, it's a very good question, actually. Congratulations for, I don't know how long you've, in order to think up that question. It actually links up a lot of very critical component, right? Let me try to address it. So I think in terms of when we talk about technology innovation, generally in Malaysia, we are looking in terms of government playing a very significant role in terms of pushing the innovators to get started. Whether that innovator comes from startup or from the university, right? I mean, it's, I suppose, similar case in many countries as well. And in terms of dependency on grants, because we understand in terms of, in order to develop an idea into a prototype, you need funding, right? And this is where government comes in, but the point here is not just government. The point here, if that idea can be from the design stage, be developed for the market. Why are you coming up with idea? Then I can connect to Prof. Rosli or Hans Yong much better, or with Ravena as well, because it addresses a certain problem, and we understand that that problem has a size, and therefore has a market. I think that needs to be established. We need to be able to also work on common data more specifically common data, interoperability of data, for example, between one who collects the data and one who actually uses the data, and the various agencies that can benefit from that data, being Ministry of Transportation, etc., right? And that is currently missing. And also we look in terms of, and it's, thank you so much for bringing the idea of community, because we need to talk about community living labs in terms of how does the community come up in terms of testing those ideas together to make sure that when from the design state, it is what me as not the government representative that is you see now, but as a father or a son, looks at mobility for the use of my elderly parents, or for my younger children, right? So that has to be developed and tested in that community sandbox per se. And I think we also need to look in terms of common KPIs that run across agencies, ministries, universities, because we need to start thinking about intelligent transportation system rather than thinking about just the feature in that particular car to allow it to drive straight in between two white lines. So it has to go in terms of if a startup comes to you and say, I can design a system that allows a car to drive between two white lines, you should go back to them and say, so what? Why should I fund you, right? I think in terms of, unless they can bring the topic of safety, it makes it better, safer, more affordable / cheaper, right? Fun fact, for example, Malaysia, 10% of our road fatalities results in death, right? And also, and this is more prevalent in low-income countries. You go to middle and high-income countries, the number of road accidents drops a lot. So you want to survive longer on the roads, don't stay in low-income countries, right? Anyway, that's supposed to be a joke. I'm afraid that they might be sleeping. But I think in terms of coming back, in terms of the working together, right? Again, I have to impress in terms of it takes a village to raise that idea. We definitely appreciate in terms of what you are currently doing. Do not give up hope. As you mentioned, Malaysia got that 5-star. Come and work with agencies like MRANTI. I have a colleague of mine from MTDC as well here, Dr. Rahana. And what we do is that we develop the sandbox, we fund the sandbox, we identify the solution, we identify the markets, we bring them to the regional and global markets, and we also connect with international players, right? So you don't have to do it yourself, and hopefully we can work together.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tuan
Invented
Saifan.
Chair. Invented Chair, can I say something?
Sorry, where does it come from?
Okay.
That was a question.
If I may just say a couple of things. Thank you for the question. I think if I may suggest one or two very local suggestions in terms of improving the mobility at the most basic level. So it's for Malaysia, whenever we have a new township. How many urban planners are there today? Anybody? No, okay, I hope anyway. So in Malaysia, right, I think we should at the very least allocate for new city planning a safety lane for two-wheeler mobility. Why? Because it can really solve the last mile for individuals, right? I can have an e-scooter, because today in Malaysia, it's not safe, right? In China, right, you have the government mandates all urban planners to put in a minimum width of safety lanes for two-wheeler. It can be for electric bikes, it can be for two-wheeler. We can solve a lot of problems. Second, the electric eVTOL, the air taxi, I urge the Malaysian government transportation to quickly regulate and approve air taxis, because we can also solve the last 10, 20, 30 miles for that. So this is my modest to urge for the Malaysian authorities to think about.
Yeah, I see a commonality here, Mr. Lai, between inventor and investor, okay? Other than that the words are pretty similar, right? So one thing in common is actually that we tend to look ahead, right? That means prepare ahead for what is like upcoming, right? So we put in the buffer or the gut band so that we can accommodate all these changes, right? Thank you so much for bringing this. And ladies and gentlemen, we only have about 4 minutes left, okay? So I think this is very, I enjoyed the discussion very much, okay? So maybe for the last 4 minutes, we'd like to wrap up the session. We'll continue to have a conversation, right, after this. So maybe my last question is this, right? We know that collaboration isn't always easy, right? make something happen, right? You have a lot of naysayers, you have a lot of considerations, right? So maybe a short statements, okay? Maybe 1 or 2 statements, right? From your point of view, what are practical strategies that you would like to share with the audience, right? So that we can build the trust and the cooperation needed. Okay, so maybe we start with Ravina.
Okay, so I always this time is always difficult for me. But no matter how I'm feeling, like we're just innovation for the practical. Don't just think about how amazing of how many paper or how much money you raise. It's how practical you really can be using for the daily life.
True, that's good. Thank you, Ms. Ravina. Short and nice, precise, spot on. How about you, Dr. Rosli? Yeah.
Okay, I think this is time for us to really strengthen our effort on the collaboration between university and industry in building a better talent, which is we have the program 2U to I, 2 years in university, 2 years in industry, where we provide a better transition for our talent to work. And then today they graduate, tomorrow they know what is the things that needs by the industry. Then they can really bring their idea, their brain to move the country, to move ASEAN, to move world to be a better place for future.
That is inspiring, Dr. Rosli. Thank you for the concluding remarks. How about you, Mr. Lai? Yeah.
I would say for investor point of view, we will continue to invest in future mobility technology that I mentioned just now, including the fundamental layer. For example, semiconductors that propel high-definition vision, because mobility, you need to see around you, right, in order to move faster.
That's right.
So we are thinking about investing in photonics and CMOS, semiconductor, to allow IoT, to allow sensors. Number 2, we also like to collaborate with more Malaysian organizations as an investor from China to explore what are the feasible future mobility modalities in Malaysia, right? So that we can put in maybe our next 5-year Malaysian plan to have an eVTOL industry, a low-altitude industry for Malaysia. Imagine flying within the Klang Valley, Kulim to Penang. Instead of driving, it's a 10-minute ride, air taxi, right? Less than 100 ringgit. Because we have done our economics, right? Because the eVTOL today on a per kilometer basis is only 1/10 of a helicopter, right? So think about that. So we welcome also working with the university, because in fact, the same company in air taxi, the satellite company that we talk about, the satellite is critical for mobility.
True.
Right? So our strategic partner is actually working with a university in Thailand to build a low-altitude satellite, low-orbit satellite, to explore V2V technology, right? Vehicle to vehicle, so that we talk about integration, right? So we can move towards integration from an isolated model today. So that's my wish.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Lai. So hopefully with all this investment coming in, so next year I don't have to wake up at 4 a.m., right? I can actually wake up maybe 6 a.m.
No. Save all the
6 a.m.,
and then take the air taxi to come here.
Thank you. Last but not least, okay, Tuan Saifwan. So
I think that the role of the ecosystem is very critical. When we talk about the ecosystem, I like to repeat, there's public sector, private sector, institute of higher learning, as well as civil society. That needs to bring to bear in terms of the collaboration between all the 4 critical components in order to drive any technology, whether or not is it AI or in terms of driving, in terms of sustainability, mobility. That's one thing I really want to see in terms of how we work together. The investor, right? The Institute of Higher Learning, right? And when you talk about industry as well, and you talk about government. And I think that is where the point of start, and again, addressing the biggest why, why we're doing this together. Definitely all of us have different interests, returns, in terms of publication, R&Ds, in terms of industry growth. But I do hope in terms of everyone, when after this session is done, it is not just don't close the books yet, in terms of do approach in terms of the speakers, how do we work actually together, how do we create good investment, good technology, I think in terms of good community, safer in that sense. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Tuan. So thank you so much. With this, I would like to conclude the round table for the first session. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the first forum, Future Mobility and Smart Transportation. We would like to give a round of applause once again to our panelists on stage and to our moderator as well. As they approach center stage for a group photo opportunity, may I kindly remind that Forum 2 as well, we will have a photo opportunity at the end of the forum. And ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded as well that you're more than welcome to present your questions to our panelists on stage, as there is a mic located in the center of the hall. So once the Q&A session is rolled out, you're more than welcome to come forward and present your question to the panelists on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our panelists and our moderators on stage as they will now take their seats. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the closed-door meeting is taking place right now as we speak. So, of course, this is the meeting on future building and safety emergency responses, which is now in session. A gentle reminder that this is a parallel session and is taking place at Level 1A Boardroom. Thank you.
AI, longevity, and accessibility. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now move to Forum 2, which will explore a critical area of innovation, how AI, diagnostic, telemedicine, and health data system are reshaping accessibility and resilience in ASEAN healthcare landscape.
To guide today's discussion, we are honored to have our moderator. Please welcome technologist Zehan Teo, Chief Operating Officer, Intrinsic C. And joining him on stage and for the forum as panelists are esteemed representatives from key sectors. Representing the government side, please welcome Dr. Nargis Sheikh Ansari. Representing the industry, Professor Dr. Nazira Hasnan, University of Malaya Medical Center, UMMC. The academic sector, please welcome Professor Dr. Firdaus Hariri, University of Malaya, UM. From the investor sector, please welcome Dr. Wan Raihara Wan Asim, Malaysian Technology Development Corporation, MTDC. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and most importantly, as we commence Forum 2, Future Healthcare and Digital Medicine, AI longevity and accessibility. Passing the mic over to our moderator.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, everybody, from flying, I think from all over the world. Even on our panel, we have Dr. Nagas that just flew in yesterday from Dubai, 7.5 hours of long flight. And then we have our dear guests from various parts of the industry. Perhaps right before we start, we could just give a round of a short introduction, right? About where you're from, what you do, and then what you're really passionate about. Perhaps we start with Dr. Wan Raihana.
Right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Raihana, so thank you very much to the organizers for having me today. Today I'm representing my organization, which is Malaysian Technology Development Corporation. So we are organization that is under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. And what we do is develop local Malaysian technologies. We do that via an array of different means. First of all, we fund them, and we also support them with capacity building, with value-added services, really supporting our technology companies all the way from R&D all the way to the market and to global levels as well. So Zehan was asking me, what am I passionate about? I'm really passionate about working with local technology companies. I've been doing this for almost 11 years now. And yeah, that's what gets me up every morning, seeing our local technology companies making it on the global stage. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Prof.
Okay, Bismillah. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. My name is Firdaus Hariri. I'm the Dean of Faculty of Dentistry, University of Malaya. The faculty runs full-fledged programs, training undergraduates, postgraduates, and clinical fellows, as well as research programs. What I'm passionate about is on health educations. I had my trainings locally as well as abroad. So we are moving forward towards the integration of digital technology in healthcare in particular. So looking forward for the session.
Hello, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Thank you very much, Zian. I'm Nazira. I'm a clinical academic from Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya. I'm a rehabilitation physician by training. So I work with people with disabilities. I work with people with problems in functioning. So I was very excited when I heard about the Tesla-inspired wheelchair. So I'd like to talk to Mr. Lai about this later. But in the past 9 years, I've been out of academic. I was working as administrator, managing University of Malaya Medical Center, initially as the deputy director. And up to just 3 weeks ago, I was director of University of Malaya Medical Center, the oldest teaching hospital in the country, second biggest hospital in the country. And my passion, my passion is definitely in rehabilitation medicine, what I'm trained in and working with people with disabilities. But the other passion that I have is in healthcare. So I guess I'm here to speak about healthcare and industry and hospital.
Last but not least, hello everyone, good morning. I'm pretty jet lagged, so please excuse me if I just miss stuff. So my name is Dr. Naga Sheikh Ansari. By background, I am a Doctor of Public Health and Public Policy, and I have kept to that line. So I do advise governments on policy making and national level health strategies. What keeps me passionate about my work and what makes me feel alive at work is to know that I'm dedicating even this tiny bit for people to live better by hopefully guiding policies and advising strategies that would eventually improve and enhance all citizens' lives. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I guess everybody here will be just wondering, how technology, healthcare, and even digital medicine, right? How is all of these coming together? So hence we have a panel of very, very smart people in a very, very forefront in here. Perhaps now I'll bounce it off you first, right? You coming from policy. And how are you seeing the new wave of technology and a new wave of all these things influencing how policies are being made nowadays, right? In the areas of NCDs, and all these other things. Do you have to deal with these things on a day-to-day basis?
Of course. What do you think is killing citizens? NCDs. 74% of deaths globally are attributed or as a result of NCDs, and that is very shocking because much of NCDs could be prevented, and as policymakers, that is what we are hoping to achieve. Digital tools, AI, and making sense of the actual data that we actually do have is very much helpful and is a very useful tool to us as governments and policymakers in order to enhance citizens' lives. So taking the example of NCDs, much of it is behavior that could be either reversed or improved. Let's say someone wakes up every morning and chooses to have 2 bottles of Coke for breakfast, because why not? I'm guilty as charged. Yeah, not very helpful for policy making, but it's a true reality. So guilty as charged. Whenever I'm too jet lagged, I do tend to have so much sweets. So we all do have those every now and occasional, let's say, splurges. But then if it becomes a habit, then it becomes a bit worrying. And much of the citizens do have a form of a worrying habit that could easily be reversed or perhaps enhanced. What the digital tools can come in handy with that is to send nudges to the citizen. Maybe you've had too much chocolate today. Maybe you should reduce the fried food intake that you're having, so on and so forth. So nudges could be helpful in improving the behavior, and they come from the digital wearables that the citizens are using. That data in eventuality will help us as the policymakers to understand if the citizen is showing any improved behavior at all, if the citizen is actually being compliant with the care that was prescribed or provided to them. Where are the areas that we are short of provision of service? Where could have we done better? And the area that we are very keen on improving, at least where I'm coming from, the Middle East, is how the patient or the data or the typical citizen is receiving the data that they need in order to educate themselves for their conditions. Much of it used to be Dr. Google. Now it's Dr. ChatGPT. There's too much competition in town. And as the government, we want to make sure that the data that they're accessing is not hallucination of GPT, is not a combination of previous Reddit advice that people have put together. We want to make sure that it's reliable, authentic, easy to understand, and actionable information. So as a citizen, I read on that. I make sure that, okay, this is not much of an emergency, but who do I need to contact, at what point, and what would be my care pathway. And provision of that data and training the machine to provide that data to the citizen is of utmost importance, because it would provide the right awareness to the citizen, but also would offload the burden of missed care and missed charges from the government side. So helpful in both ways.
No, and that's amazing, right? No, and passing it on, to the next bulk, right? To Nazira. Now you on the receiving end until 3 weeks ago. I know. How has that been, right? Now, have you seen a tsunami of tech adoption? People are always talking about all these things, but every time you walk to a hospital, you don't feel it, right? Now you know what's happening, right? Right under the hood.
Wow. Thanks for asking. I guess when you say that, as you walk into a hospital and don't feel that, technology is being adopted and technology is being used, perhaps it is already part and it's already embedded into the system, and that's why you don't see technology flying around you. But I guess, technology, we have to use technology in whatever we do, and we can't shy away and be scared of technology. Coming from my rehabilitation medicine background, we use technology a lot for the rehabilitation of people with disabilities. And so for me, adopting technology in healthcare is something that for me, it's given. So I guess when we talk about technology in hospital industry, we look at the technology that's being used in providing care to patients. And this can be, from very simple vital sign measurements to remote monitoring. And with regards to using technology in the hospital, I think a lot of things that we talk about now, we actually expedited the use of technology during COVID. We were forced to adopt technology very, very quickly. We were forced to adopt telemedicine, telehealth very quickly during COVID. And for hospitals which are EMR ready, and so to build a platform for telehealth on top of an EMR ready hospital, that was a natural progression. And for the hospital that I represent, UC Malaya Medical Center, we've managed to do that with ease. And but sustaining telehealth, sustaining telemedicine, that's a different matter. So for me, technology, other than using technology for healthcare delivery, technology is also used to address staff issues. We hear all over the world about staff shortages. And through technology, through adoption of automation processes, we're able to assist and amplify the work that's being able to do by our own staff, whether or not it's administrators or clinicians. So technology is used as a support and not to replace people. I think that's very important for everyone to understand. When we use technology, you spoke about, quality of care and ensuring, we have data. So by using technology, you're also able to gather data, and this data can be used for predictive analysis to plan, for resources as well as for patient care. Ultimately, it's about, making sure that healthcare is accessible to patients. The patient journey is enhanced. Patients are happy coming to the hospital. And I believe that, we have to ensure that the workforce is also happy. So by providing technology, by providing, an environment that enables healthcare workers are happy, patients are happy.
Wow, that's a big responsibility, right? Pushing it again back over to Dr. Firdaus, right? So on your end, you've heard the regulator and the hospital saying that we need not just better quality, I think even more quantities, right, of healthcare providers. From your perspective, are you preparing the next generation or the next wave of workforce to be even technologically savvy, or even what we talk nowadays, AI ready, right? From your lens, what are you viewing it like?
Well, thanks so much for the questions, Ziad. Well, to start with, I recently attended a launching of robots for dental service. Oh, wow. Yeah. So you imagine you have your tooth restored or implants inserted using robots rather than the actual clinicians. So can you imagine it? I've never imagined that. So the thing is, for us, what I like to use this term, clinical educationists, is we were taught via traditional methods. Yeah? I'm a surgeon myself, so we use the conventional, traditional way, mentored by senior consultants, etc. In fact, Prof. Nazira was my former teacher and my former boss. All right, so good to see you, Prof. Well, we have a big challenge here, I have to say. But then again, from the perspective of a dean, you really have to see it from the bird's eye view. Not just locally, but we are in the ASEAN forum. So I would say that it's borderless now. The discrepancy is one thing, but then again, the foundation is another thing. Well, if you ask me, what I see is lacking is the lack of tech literate, as well as the advocates for clinical educationists. Because as what I've mentioned, we were taught using the traditional way. So the challenge would be, as an educationist, is how to integrate digital health into curriculum and how to make it very impactful. And what are the components that must be integrated in that curriculum? I quite like when one of the panel mentioned about 2 U's and 2 I's, I think in the previous forums. That is actually a very good suggestion. In fact, has been practiced by certain universities in Malaysia. But it's quite difficult, yeah, Prof. Nazira, to do it in medical or dental or clinical courses, because we are subject to very strict rules and regulations. So the challenge would be, 1, digital health integration into curriculum, and number 2, of course, to create awareness or to, reskill or upskill the current educationists so that it can cope to this challenge. And most importantly, I would say, is how to enhance and integrate ethics in terms of AI usage. So that's how I see things now. Not much when I was a pure clinician, just me and my patients, but more now as a dean and educationist. Thanks, Dave.
Amazing. Dr. Wan Rehana, the one with the money. So you heard all our challenges, all the problems that we've expressed from your perspective. Does MTDC invest outside of Malaysia, in the ASEAN?
No, we invest in local.
Okay, so from a Malaysian perspective, are you seeing enough health tech, enough med tech coming in, and of course those more gone were the days with telemedicine, right? I hope we're not investing in any telemedicine platforms anymore, right? So any more of these cutting edge technologies, new research, new patents being pushed to you, and I hope to Safwan as well, right, on you guys. What are you seeing nowadays? Would you enlighten us?
Yep, definitely no telemedicine anymore, so no more of that. But yes, we are seeing really a lot of innovations in terms of personalized medicine is one. So we're seeing a lot of that, and I think that's really due to the explosion in things like data, data monitoring, data analytics, AI, and things like that. So we're seeing a lot more of that, and I think that's something that's really very interesting because that's where the medicine is going. How you're bringing in medical solutions to those who really need it, and it's tailored towards them. So we do see a lot of those. Of course, we do see a lot of implementation of AI. And what I like the most is that we see a lot that is now moving away from just a simple giving chatbots, coming up with chatbots, that kind of very simple AI implementations to those that are really going deep into machine learning, surfacing the analytics, the data behind all the wealth of information that we have. So I see a lot of that, and I think Safwan sees a lot as well in MRANTI because we work together in the sandbox. But I do have to say also that we see a lot of challenges. So while I do see a lot of companies coming and asking us for funding, asking us for support to go to the market, I unfortunately see a lot of them getting stuck, right? But in a way, that's understandable because healthcare, it's highly regulated and justly so. You can't just go out there and put your solutions into the market, obviously. So there are challenges in terms of regulatory issues, in terms of gestation period as one, because you can't come up with a medical solution today, expect it to go to market the next day. So those are the challenges that I see. And so that's why MTDC, what we try to do is to de-risk these technologies very early on. Using the government funds that are awarded to us, we try to deliver that to the technology companies that need it, helping them really to address issues such as regulatory issues, such as market adoption and things like that. So we've been seeing some pretty good progress. And just tying back to your question of whether or not we invest in foreign companies, unfortunately we don't. But what we are trying to do, and we're going to expand on this next year, is trying to help our local Malaysian companies to go beyond borders. So not just in Malaysia anymore, but we're working with MRANTI and MOSTI to really help our companies expand and benefit ASEAN countries as well. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. No, perhaps some of our colleagues and friends here could help as well, right? But no, hover back on that conversation a little bit. Is there a initiative between the National Technology Innovation Sandbox and MTDC on shortening the MDA period, right? Is there something like that, or?
We do have initiatives per se where we collaborate very closely with the Ministry of Health and things like that. There's a health tech sandbox, a global health tech hub, which is coordinated by MRANTI, where basically any health tech, medical technology companies can go and get the facilitation that is needed. But I do believe that there's always room for additional clarifications, or additional collaborations, really, to get the companies to work together. But I do see that one of the things that I've seen evolving over the years, we've been doing the sandbox for probably about 5 to 6 years already. And one of the things I see in terms of progress is the health industry is really, and the health ministry is really picking up on this and supporting the initiatives that we have. So a little bit more open now to innovation. So that is, I think, a really good thing for our local Malaysian innovators.
Yeah. I'm going to steal the limelight back to you. From your part of the world, are you seeing something similar, or are you seeing something even crazier that we're doing on this front?
In terms of regulating innovation into
shortening,
healthcare.
yeah. So we
shortening it.
We facilitate changes of regulations and policies through a sandbox, and we bring the industry, the policymakers and the innovators together, and we try to shorten the time required to go because we all know, right, the MDAs, the FDAs takes forever. Right, but in the UAE or even the Middle East, are there initiatives like this?
Absolutely, we are at the speed of light.
Yeah.
We are much faster than most countries, and that is down to a number of factors. One is, of course, the wise leadership that does provide for that space of bringing innovation to the country. The other is the smaller population, but a very mightyful, versatile population. So we have a mix of different backgrounds that does provide for the right mix of socioeconomic, demographic, and genomic background to work with. So the data that can come from that part of the world because of the mix, and Malaysia is quite lucky in this as well because of the different backgrounds. So there's a lot of work that hopefully we can do together at the international scale. But then those reasons come very handful, and of course the right funding is always at place for the right idea. Those reasons very much help innovation go faster and smoother. But then, of course, there are initiatives by the government to make it even faster, even more impactful. There are sandboxes for different categories. So tech goes to tech sandbox, health goes to health sandbox, so on and so forth. But then there's this common sandbox for every innovative idea being tested that would be tested for the collateral or the cross-sectoral relevance, to make sure that we are not investing in something that would eventually be rejected, let's say, by the community, while it sounds really good for health. Another way that we are pushing things forward is to bring a local regulatory system instead of FDA approved and wait for it to happen. We are currently regulating our own medical devices, our own drugs under EDE, Emirates Drug Establishment. So that very much helps us speed up things. So anything with drug discovery, with applications, medtech, digital health, all of that will go through a very fast process in order to make it easier for the end user group, be it the clinicians, be it the citizens, use the latest of technology, because the technology that's going to sit through so many rounds, it's probably going to be a bit redundant by the time that it reaches the citizen. And the citizen is already ahead, you know, gaining their own understanding and insight through whatever online tool or the downloadable tool that they have access to. So it's important to be sensible to the end user ear as well. And I believe we are quite fast and efficient in our part of the world.
And I heard you mentioned genomics, right? A very sticky conversation even amongst ourselves, right? I was there in the Middle East, and the moment you touch genomics, it's like, nobody touches that data, right? It's locked in a black box, far away. But to both profs, right? One from an industry and one from an academic point of view, and when it comes to data ownership, ethical use of AI, you mentioned, right? How are you approaching, the proper use of information data, right? And how are we allowed to use it ethically ever? Because from an innovator's perspective, if there's no data, I can't build, or else I'm just making up stuff, right? But if we build, how do we build safely, and how do we build ethically? Anyone like to take?
Thanks for the question. When it comes to data, so for the hospital, okay, so we have highly sensitive patient data, and of course we guard it with our life. We've got, a guardian of our data, but not sharing data is also, you have to share data. Because if you want the country to progress, if you want to progress, we've got to share data. For the government to set policies, as mentioned by Dr. Narkes, data needs to be shared. And I believe the Ministry of Health is working on this and working on a platform that we will be able to share data safely, and ensuring that privacy and confidentiality and patient data is protected. In PPUM, we are now, we've got a grant and working on establishing a data safe haven, so that to ensure that the sharing of data is done with good governance, and that the trust that the patients have with us is maintained. Coming from a university hospital, some patients do ask if, are you sharing our data for research? Are we being used, for research and as guinea pigs, etc. But I think patients are now more educated and more aware of our role as a teaching hospital. So as a teaching hospital, you know, if you say that I'm industry, I suppose I'm from the healthcare industry, but we are both academics and both from the university. And so as a teaching hospital, our role three. One is to teach and train. Number two, research. And number three is to provide the clinical service to fulfill the needs of teaching and research. And for all this, we need data. And with this, data is very much available to people, to students, to healthcare providers, and also researchers. And so that's why, you know, having a data safe haven to protect our data is very important. With data, we are also able to, especially when you come, if you talk about data for research, so we have a department that is established to look at innovation and the use of data. And so this is used to better patient care, and this is also used to provide the training for our students from diploma level up to postgraduate level, so that, you know, they're able to deliver healthcare wherever they go to. So it is for us, the data that we share with our students, the data that we share with our researchers, from the clinical service that we provide, from the research that we do, this is to prepare the future generation of healthcare workers.
Yes, well, it is scary, isn't it? Yeah. We mentioned about genomics, right? So we are talking about something or a resource that we can use to analyze the risk or assist in diagnosis or even assist in prognostics as well. Prof. Nazira mentioned her views from this perspective of our stakeholders, basically, yeah, the practitioners. But my role at the faculty is actually to prepare people for the stakeholders. We are talking about undergraduates going to be doctors, dentists, pharmacists, clinicians, the support system, but most importantly, to create a very safe and ethical cultures for them to be prepared to be out there and how to actually to utilize all this data. Well, there's yes and no for that, because we cannot stop people from progress. We cannot stop people from sharing data, because for me, for us, educationists, research is the way forward. But what we would want to emphasize is actually when you have all this data, because at the end of the day, as a doctors, your utmost priority is always the patients. If this data has a very negative implications, for example, discriminations, insurance, social stigma, and other things as employment, for example, and how to handle this. So hence, the reason why I need to re-emphasize on the challenge, actually, the integrations of data management in curriculum, ethics in AI applications, and of course, the industrial engagement as early as possible throughout their learning process, so they know the risks and implications of the mishandling of this data. But it is scary, in fact, but we cannot stop it. So that's my add-ons to Prof. Nazira.
Yeah, maybe I can also share about what we do with another university hospital. I'm chairman of the University Hospital Consortium, and there are 10 university hospitals under the Ministry of Higher Education in this country. And out of these 10 hospitals, 3 hospitals currently are using the same electronic medical record system. And because we share the same electronic medical record system, it is possible for us to do patient data exchange. And recently, we've just signed an MOU and launched a patient data exchange with UIA Hospital, SASMAC in Kuantan, because we use the same EMR. And by doing this, you know, we are able to provide better healthcare delivery. So, for instance, you know, if you are registered at at my hospital, UMMC, and then you somehow land in a hospital in Sasmak in UAE Kuantan. So with your consent, your doctor at UAE Kuantan will be able to access your data, your records from UC Malaya Medical Center. So, so this is just a small bit of what patient data exchange can do. Of course, at the national level, with patient data exchange, you know, you would be able to set policies for the country better. So I believe in small steps. I believe in, you know, being pragmatic. And from what we are able to do from the education or healthcare industry, so we start small by connecting the university hospitals, maybe have the university hospitals be a pilot for the country, for Ministry of Health. So we are hoping that we will be able to connect all the university hospital system and provide a platform so that we are able to do data exchange through the 10 hospitals.
Well, on that point, right, are we working with other UNIS hospitals in the region or in the world? Not yet.
Not yet, but coming from UC Malaya, we work very closely with NUS, and through our close relationship with NUS, we are now working on expanding our virtual ward to a hospital at home, which you know, we learned from NUS. And you know, I spoke about telemedicine at the start, and you know, the issue with sustaining telemedicine. You know, we still need to have you know, the platform available, but we have evolved, you know, from a virtual consultation platform. We have piloted the virtual ward in our hospital, where patients are admitted at home, and you know, they don't have to be admitted in the hospital. And can you imagine, you know, how we are able to save the world through, you know, reduction of carbon emissions, you know, but not just that, you know, it's the patient experience. We started with the geriatric population, and you know, having an old person admitted to the hospital for a simple, you know, monitoring indication, for instance, that can tip that geriatric patient over. They can go into delirium, they can go into psychosis because they are in a different environment. Imagine admitting them at home, and we provide them the wearables, and we are able to have our telemedicine platform for remote monitoring. So we do rounds remotely, doctors and nurses do rounds remotely, and we instill an alert system so that we're able to look at the, monitor the patient well-being, and then also have, you know, very strict governance in place where if if we need to escalate, patients need to come back to the hospital, so all that is already in place. So, you know, you can manage patients at home, and through our 2 pilot studies, we have shown that. And with our partners in the US, we are now venturing into hospital at home, where we hope to be working with industry partners. You know, here we are talking about, you know, industries and partnering industry with industry partners. So we're looking at working industry partners so that, you know, more than just remote monitoring and doing rounds, etc. So we can also provide care at home with our industry partners. So, yeah, so we are hoping that, you know, we can venture beyond the hospital. You said venture beyond Malaysia. We try to venture beyond our comfort zone, the hospital, to ensure that care is provided in the community. And in addition to that, we are also doing a lot of community programs in many states in the hospital, in the country, where we provide care to the community. And through remote platforms, we are also able to connect the community, small healthcare facilities to the hospital, to the specialists and experts. So the world is becoming very, very small.
So Dr. Raihan, I think there's a lot of opportunities over there, right? No, I hear everything that Prof is talking about is all technology, digital, you know, and a lot of AI, right? in your portfolio, do you see any of these any of our Malaysian talents or Malaysian companies rising up to be able to capture and tap on this opportunity?
Definitely. We've invested in, well, way back when we used to invest in medical device companies. That's always been our forte, so we've got quite a few of the local players that we started off investing in them. We've evolved now to look at more of the data, the AI implementations, and our recent investment in was the company that looks at personalized medicine specifically for cancer. So very excited about that one. But I just wanted to pick up a bit on what Prof. and Prof. Nazir was saying actually. What I see is that the hospitals are really sitting on this not landmine, that's a bad word, a vast resource of data and information. So what I would really like to see, and I think this is very important to drive our local Malaysian and also regional healthcare industry, is to have more of collaboration between the universities and the government hospitals with our innovators, because I work more closely with the innovators rather than with the policymakers. And their pet peeve or their main problem is that they don't have access to data. They have such good capabilities. They know what to do. They're very high tech, but without the access to the data, they're really just, their hands are tied, right? So that's where I see we need to have more collaboration. So I do see a little bit of collaboration. We've got funds that very much encourage working with universities, but I think it needs to be bigger than that, where everybody just sits down and says, look, I've got the data, and these are my concerns in terms of privacy, in terms of protecting the patient rights and things like that. And then the entrepreneur can come and say, yes, I also need access to data because I need to grow my business, and there has to be everybody on the same page. So that's something that I think is a bit of a challenge, and I would really like to see more of that happening. So that's something that we are looking at through our Sandbox program. We're also working with the Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation to launch a national technology sovereignty framework, which is looking at how do we enhance, not only in terms of policy, but the R&D, the talent and everything like that, to really develop our national sovereignty and our strength in our technology locally. So yeah, I see a lot of promise. A lot of things need to be done, but I do think we're on the right track, really.
So before I open up, do you have anything to add, Dr. Nagas?
I understand that the common theme of all we are discussing as panelists here is that we do not talk to one another enough. From different perspectives, government doesn't seem to be speaking with tech provider, with the innovator. Investor is having a difficult time understanding the actual need with the healthcare provider. So I think the better way to go forward for every nation, and of course within nations, is to have more meaningful, productive conversations with one another. Bring all sectors together, bring all participants and stakeholders together, and let's learn what are the gaps, what are the areas of improvement, what are the challenges, and of course, what is all the resource that we can offer to one another. Data can come from the healthcare provider side. Right policy and right regulation could come from the policymaker side. Innovation and the right investment and the right pathway for that could come from the investor side. And of course, behind all of that is academia, where the right preparation is offered, the right support is offered to the next generation that will become any of us in the future.
Well said. Okay, so let's open up to the floor, and please, yeah, there's a mic over there. Please, yeah.
Good morning. First of all, Zehan, it's nice to see you in person. First of all, my name is Joshua. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Naval Health. We're doing AI in obstetrics, and we're based in Singapore. But before I continue, I want to say thank you for the beautiful sharing. I am actually a proud Malaysian. I put that as a caveat, even though I'm residing in Singapore right now. I wanted to give a little bit of context before I go into the question. I recently just did a visit to China. I went to 2 cities. I went to Wuxi and I went to Suzhou. And when I just came back, within 2 days, an email was sent to me, and it was the Wuxi government providing a 5-figure sum to aid in registering the company in the city itself. And I think that happened within 3 days. So I think as a proud Malaysian, and I think that we have discussed about some initiatives to extend the arm from Malaysia to outside to ASEAN, right? I wanted to ask for, will we be expecting initiatives to help bring back some of our boys home?
Dr. Raihan.
Everyone's looking at me.
My heart. Talent Corp, right. Speak to Talent Corp, my heart, right, yeah.
Yes. Excellent question. And yes, that scenario that you've shared with me, you've shared just now, is something that I have heard repeated across many of the companies that I've seen. They go visit, and then immediately the offers come and set up over here, and and honestly speaking, in a perfect world, I would love for Malaysia to do the same thing. But the fact is that we are not comparing apples to apples lah, if we're comparing Malaysia and China. The fact is Malaysia, especially now, we have very limited resources. We have many agencies, for example, we have many agencies looking at innovation and funding and supporting technology in Malaysia. And all of us are competing for resources to get programs out and to things like that. So the resources are very limited. So while I would love for it to be similar to how it's done in China and some of the other countries around the world, the fact of the matter is we can't really do that in Malaysia. So I think what we need to do is to come up with models that really work, our own unique brand of Malaysia lah, right? How do we do that? I don't have all the answers, don't look at me, but I think we are on the right track because RMK13 has just been launched. There's been streamlining of resources. There are initiatives in place. It's a long journey. It's going to be a long journey, but yeah, it's not something that's easy. We are having some initiatives that will support it, but again, not on that level. Yeah.
Just as a closing statement, I haven't given up the passport, so I would love to set up shop here, and I hope it will be a smooth journey for us.
Sure, looking forward. Come and talk to us.
Welcome home, my friend.
好，可以说中文吗？对不起，我来自中国，可以有翻译吗？
You can read the translation here, sorry. Yeah.
可以吗？
可以。
好的。
请。
好，我是在中国做了7年的西医，做了26年的中医，一名33年的医生。然后在这个过程中，我其实在33年里面，其实都在思考一件事情。 怎样通过不生病的一种生活方式，实现我们真正意义上的可持续的健康和未来？也在收集大量的不同的生活方式背景的人们，不同的这样的一种可以说选择的食物、睡眠的时间，或者说各种。 大家的衣食住行的生活方式对不同疾病的影响，以及可以用来做预防的这样一些数据。但是我想问的是，第一个，在我们其实选择所有数据的背后，大家都知道一个非常重要的东西，跟选择人的角度，以及被选择的这一个。 对象，它本来是不是一个正常的生理和生命的数据的一个采集对象？所以我们今天往往其实都是在某一个角度选择了一些数据，但是同时在这样的一个角度选择数据之后，或者是一些局部性的数据之后，以及其实。 在整个世界都非常之缺乏正常人的临床数据模型，而我们往往是在本来就是以患了病或者身体不正常的情况底下选择了大量数据模型。但如果我们是以这样的一个局限性的角度，或者说是一个非正常的生命模型选择的数据，然后过度的 我认为有些时候如果没有非常清晰的哲学或者说世界观、价值观指导底下，而被人工智能过度放大之后，对人类未来的健康的可持续到底是福还是祸，到底是利还是害？所以我想问的第二个问题是，可持续的健康未来和可持续的这个交通的背后，它是一个生态系统，它的底层逻辑一定来自于一个更深层次的正确的世界观、价值观、人生观底下，然后有正确的方法论和生活方式的教育和这一部分的意识的推广。但是在这部分却是我们大量的投资者应该来讲不愿意去投资的东西。在这部分怎样去推动这样一个从底层逻辑就是可持续的，就是来自于道法自然的，比如说中国的易经，比如说中国的传统的很多的经典，怎样把这样的一些天地几千年已经可持续运转的自然的智慧和法则用来指导我们真正的可持续。在这一部分教育的基础研究、大学的项目设立，或者和大学合作的生活可持续的生活方式的教育的项目，在这一部分是否是我们一些投资者们他们愿意去努力的方向？而在这部分，我们确实有非常多的多年的深度思考和实际的这部请教。谢谢。
Thank you. It's a loaded question. Okay, who wants to go first?
I am happy to answer the part on collection of data from sick people. You are a visionary. You're absolutely right about this. We have been collecting so much data for the right reasons. We were very worried how to manage our population. We have just overcame COVID. We saw how vital it is to understand how the disease progresses. So it's for the right reason that we have been collecting the data from ill health all these years. But you are very right in saying there has to be a paradigm shift. If we are talking about longevity, if we are talking about expanding health span, if we are talking about personalized medicine, then we have to do something different. Otherwise, we're going the same direction as before. You are absolutely right in bringing up that question. In the part of the world that I do come from, we are already there. So what we do is that we have an active citizen lab. Every person, regardless of their state of health, being ill or healthy, and mind you, healthy is not the lack of diseases. It's a certain lifestyle of its own that makes you healthy. So every citizen, regardless of their health state, are constantly being monitored with input of surveys, questionnaires, focus groups, and surveillance of behavior. So how does this person shop when they go to grocery shopping? What makes them pick this healthy item compared to the person that down the line we are having that they're suffering from different conditions? So at the place that I come from, we are already there thinking about the narrative of how we can collect better data for the future that we are foreseeing. Because the current data is only serving us in understanding the past, what we made wrong, as a result we got the disease, and of course understanding the present in terms of how to address the citizens who are living with ill health. But if we are working and willing to go towards a future where every citizen is healthy and living longer in a healthier manner, of course more and more nations have to pick up the habit of surveilling the healthy population and providing for healthy choices as well. So when I see that a certain level of population is having so-and-so habits that is resulting in the longer term benefit for the health, of course, as the policymaker, I have to be at the forefront, letting everyone understand what is that behavior to adopt it and to live better and healthier. The investor, of course, would have an interest in investing into those ideas, into those innovations, in order for the population to live longer. The academic, for sure, would have the same result. they do a lot of research in academia, which is actually trying to understand that. So they are our best partners in understanding what is actually going on. And finally, the healthcare provider side is very much interested in that too, because it would reduce their workload. They can actually have a breath of air, and they can only see good, healthy humans in the way that there's no urgency to attend to them. There's no stress of saving lives anymore. And that would be a beautiful future to look forward to. Thank you for bringing that perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, just to quickly add, yes, I totally agree. Thank you very much for the question. From the academic perspective, when we talk about data, we are talking about conducting research. Sometimes, or most of the times, in the university, papers are published just for the sake of publications. But we are trying very hard to create the culture of publishing and impactful research, to which we are going back to the foundations. For example, doing a randomized control trial in which we use a control, so-called normal, as well as the disease group. But the problem in Malaysia is that we have lack of data, especially exchanging data between university hospitals and Ministry of Health hospitals. And sometimes we have to move out. Give you an example, I just came back from Guilin, in which UM and Guilin Medical University has now an MOU to conduct joint research together and exchange data. Something I think that will benefit, the future research findings, especially in the era of AI. Just to add to that. Thank you.
Just a little bit. Coming from the healthcare point of view, I totally agree with you. We hope that we can look forward to a future that is, a future where everyone's well and nobody's sick, and the, hospital will be less crowded. And more importantly, the hospital will be able to focus on those who really need care, on those who are very sick. And that, because less and less people are coming to the hospital because they are well. And, so the way to move forward is to understand how to prevent diseases through a lifestyle medicine approach. And we need data to understand that, because, policies need to be introduced. It's got to be a nationwide approach. We are talking about ASEAN. It's got to be an ASEAN-wide approach, because we, share so many similar things. From the academic medical center point of view also, this needs to be embedded into our syllabus from the undergraduate level, that medicine is not about just treating the sick. Medicine is to promote wellness.
Anything to add? Well,
I think everyone said it all. Dr.
great.
Was
No,
excellent.
so thank you, right? No, so before we end this, and for those behind, don't worry, we're going to have a closed door session, and we can all come up together and have those discussions in the closed door, and have those discussions, right? But thank you very much, all of our dear esteemed panel speakers, and thank you for your time. Thank you, dear guests, and for all the great questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Forum 2, Future Healthcare and Digital Medicine, AI Longevity and Accessibility. A round of applause for our second forum, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like, ladies and gents, we are ready for forum number 3. But before that,
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that the closed-door meeting on future mobility and smart transportation is now in session. This parallel session is taking place at Level 1A, Boardroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now is Forum 3, Future Building and Safety Emergency Response. The team ASEAN critical infrastructure, AI, AIoT, and cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now move to our final morning forum, Forum 3, Future Building and Safety Emergency Response.
Ladies and gents, this session will explore how AI, AIoT, and cybersecurity technologies are transforming ports, airports, transport terminals, and national infrastructure, enhancing efficiency, safety, and sustainability across the ASEAN region. Our esteemed speakers include leaders that will be joining us shortly. But before that, let's give a round of applause for this forum's moderator. Please welcome the Vice President of Intrinsic C, Ms. Jane Gan. And also representing the government sector, Mr. Shamsul Ihsan bin Abdul Majid, Head of National AI Office and AIO. Industry, Mr. Johnson Cheng, Co-CEO of Llewellyn and Partners Company Limited, LPC. Academics, Professor Dr. Muhammad Mizan Aslam, Senior Fellow, Global Peace Institute of National Defense University of Malaysia, NDUM. And also Dr. Tan Kang Wei, Associate Professor at School of Energy and Chemical Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in welcoming our speakers as we commence Forum 3, Future Building and Safety Emergency Response. Ms. Jane Gan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guests, panelists, and colleagues. Welcome to Forum 3, Future Building and Safety Emergency Response. ASEAN is entering a new era where digital intelligence meets physical infrastructure. AI, IoT, and engineering innovation promises massive efficiency and sustainability gains. But as IT and operational technology converge, cyber threats can now cause real-world consequences. Our goal today is to explore how ASEAN can harness innovation, manage risk, and build resilient systems using structured frameworks. This brings us to the central question of our discussion today. How are AI, artificial intelligence of things, and cybersecurity shaping the efficiency, safety, and sustainability of critical infrastructures and systems across ASEAN? To help us explore this complex topic, we are joined by a distinguished panel of experts, each bringing a unique and vital perspective to the conversation. From a government's perspective, we have Mr. Shamsul Ihsan bin Abdul Majid from the National AI Office, Malaysia. From the world of academia and security studies, we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Mizan Aslan from the National Defense University of Malaysia. Offering an academic perspective, we have Mr. Dr. Tan Kang Wei, an associate professor from the School of Energy and Chemical Engineering, Xiamen University, Malaysia. And providing a crucial industry viewpoint, we are pleased to have Mr. Johnson Cheng, co-CEO at LPC. Before we delve into the specific technologies like AI, it is crucial to understand the strategic landscape. The ambition to create intelligent, interconnected nations is vast, but so are the practical challenges on the ground. The first part of our discussion will assess the scope of this transformation across ASEAN, from high-level national strategy to engineering realities. So, Mr. Shamsul, let's begin with the strategic vision. From the perspective of the National AI Office, what is Malaysia's, and by extension, ASEAN's strategic vision for smart infrastructure?
Okay, thank you for having the National AI Office to share some information on the AI plan that Malaysia has and also how it connects to ASEAN. So first of all, I guess it was timely that Malaysia became the chairman of ASEAN most of this year until we handed over to Philippines a few weeks ago. And why I say that it's timely is because during that time, Malaysia did two things. Number one, domestically, we finalized and we are coming out with a AI Action Plan 2030. And this echoes the national aspiration of becoming an AI nation by 2030. And this aspiration of AI nation has three main elements. Number one is how do we raise the ceiling of all Malaysians. Malaysians should be appreciating or having the skills to live and breathe and work next to AI on a daily basis. How would AI augment our citizens' capability? That's what we call raise the ceiling. The other one of AI nation is also the raise the floor, meaning that AI shouldn't be just for those that have the capacity or money to buy. It should also be AI for everybody. Those that in the rural areas, underserved, are also not discounted from the economic and societal AI benefit. The third part of AI Nation is to make sure that we have good governance and responsible AI use. We want AI to be a force that we can manage to bring societal and economic benefit instead of just hearing or seeing bad things. So we extend that to the chairmanship situation or scenario that we had this year. And that extension became a proposal for all 10 or 10 plus 1 ASEAN nations to have an AI safety network, meaning that all 10 countries collaborate together with Malaysia to look into how AI safety is being tackled. And by having all 10 countries to work as a network, we bring about respective ASEAN cultures or ASEAN member state cultures and also regulatory and ecosystem of AI to look into how AI safety operates not just on a member state perspective but also on an ASEAN perspective. So audiences here, you can download a public version of the National AI Action Plan from the NIO website, ai.gov.my. It is open for only 2 weeks, public consultation, and it's going to close this Friday. So if you want to have a look at that so that you can give some comments, so that we can continue to improve the Malaysia strategic outlook and direction of AI for the next 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Shamsul. Perhaps now we could hear from an industry perspective. Mr. Johnson, what are some practical challenges and opportunities you see when implementing AI in critical infrastructure?
Sure. Thank you, Jean, and thank you, the various organizing committees, for inviting me, especially SIEF, for the invitation. Super happy to be here on a critical juncture. On AI, obviously, it's a hot topic, and we know the trend will continue for the next 20, if not longer, years to come, and we're at a very early stage. As far as LPC is concerned, we are very focused on one sector, which is construction and the real estate, how to make it digital, how to make it smart, and how to apply AI. But concepts are lateral, so it can be applied across sector. In terms of the opportunities and challenges, I think the opportunity is enormous, right? Because we are only at the early stage. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I was in Silicon Valley because the other hat I sit on a venture fund of funds, so attended some of our GPs' annual meetings and hearing them about their investments into those tech companies. We saw ChatGPT a couple of weeks ago announce their AI agent, right? Where going forward, you just need to give an instruction, what you want to do, the agent will take over. Which is fantastic from a vision point of view, but if you think through the process, what it takes for that vision to happen, where one day you just give a command, your AI will do the rest for you, and you just need to pack your bag and go onto the plane. That will take a lot of changes, but that means a lot of opportunities, because even to the simple thing as payments, how your current payment infrastructure will be set up so that it can work with an AI agent. But at the same time, you need the security to make sure that you're talking to the real AI agent, to the authorized AI agent. So in terms of opportunities, I think there's a lot of efficiency that one can achieve and a lot of green that we can improve, because, the recent weather havoc once again remind us that climate change is real. Taiwan never had typhoon in the month of November, and they had one of the worst typhoon in the month of November, right? Thailand just had the worst downpour in the last 300 years, just a couple of days ago. So therefore, the need for green is even more urgent. And AI can help with that in terms of how do we make everything that we do more green and less pollution, less emission of carbon. And construction, by the way, is one of the sectors that is least green. It's one of the sectors that has least adopted in terms of digital. But it therefore presents opportunities, right? Because the lever upwards will be enormous. So example, at LPC, our two most recent projects in Hong Kong, one is IFC2, which is the second tallest building in Hong Kong, 20-something years old, 90 over floors. We helped them achieve almost 20% of their annual energy savings. That's enormous, not just from a monetary point of view. Imagine IFC2, the second tallest building in Hong Kong, consuming 20% less energy. What that means cascading downwards. The whole ESG reporting went from 4 months to 4 weeks, right? The current North District Hospital construction, which is the largest project in Hong Kong, $2.8 billion US. They save 40% of time and 14% of manpower. So again, imagine having the ability to save 40% of construction time, material, etc., etc. So those are the opportunities that AI and technology can bring. I think the risk is, like what Sam has mentioned, how do we properly govern? Govern is not just who can do what, who can access what, but how things can be organized. It will become more important 20 years down the road. Malaysia, because we have a huge piece of land, you don't see that yet. Singapore and Hong Kong, because we are tiny. When I was young, Singapore, we used to knock down old buildings and then rebuild. These days, in Singapore, you hardly see that. We retrofit existing building. Because with aging population, and that is something that will apply to every country over time, labor becomes more expensive. Labor will become more shortage. Energy costs will be on the rise unless we have a breakthrough in fusion energy. Therefore, how do you optimize your renewal of construction? So having digital and having AI will be key, even more so 20 years down the road. So those are the opportunities. I think risk is obviously how do we capture and manage the data with proper governance, and you know, but more opportunity than risk, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Now that we've heard both the strategy and also the implementation, these both actually rely on the foundational technology. So, Dr. Tan, we would like to know actually from your perspective, how do stronger, smarter, and more resilient materials actually improve both the feasibility and also the security of the systems that we're trying to build?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Moderator James. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Tan. I'm coming from Xiamen University. I'm the lecturer in the Xiamen University, and also I'm the director of the Center of Excellence for the Industrial Research and also the Climate Action. Yeah, so it's actually my honor to share a little bit of my opinions regarding how material science can help a little bit during this, what we call the AI development era, right? So in my opinion, I would say that material science is a very important discipline, so probably it's actually more critical than what we think. For example, okay, AI is like our brain. Without a healthy body, how can we function? We can't even function just to pick up a ball rolling on the road, right? So when a lot of time we talk about nanomaterial, a lot of time it is actually brainwashed by a Hollywood movie, right? How the tiny small particle, they can do some very fantastic thing, right? So human can fly, dog can talk. Actually, it's not that fantastic. But to be honest, we are not too far from it. Okay, what does it mean? For example, graphene. Graphene is a super material, which is extremely small. Which is how small is it? Which is about 1 billion smaller than our hair. That's kind of small. So can we imagine what it is a surface area that a nanomaterial like carbon nanotube or graphene can offer? So as a result, if we are using this graphene in our battery, what will happen next? the electricity storage can be significantly increased, and as a result, when we are doing the charging, we do need 30 minutes, and in fact, 5 seconds, it is actually more than enough to charge the whole battery, right? So why this is important? When we talk about AI, when we talk about robot, we forget about the energy consumption and the energy storage, and this can be the application. Probably I give you another example, a more real-life example. All of us like robot, for example, the Tesla humanoid robot, right? Recently, how fantastic is it? It can dance, right? The flexibility, the mobility is high. But how can it dance it? Previously, they are using a lot of aluminum composite. It is very heavy, and it is charging, right? So what humanoid robot this year suddenly make a big jump, suddenly it can break dance is because they start to use a material. It is a polymer, and this polymer is just like plastic. We call it PEEK. How fantastic is this plastic material is that it's very light, it's very durable, highly resistant to acid, alkaline, high heat, okay, wear resistant as well. Because of that, okay, the whole weight of the humanoid robot reduced, which is about 15%. And as a result, the mobility and the sensitivity of the movement increased 30%. Other than that, not only that, the robot, it can dance, now it can jump, right? Now some of the robot developed in China, they can even show Kung Fu, isn't it? Right? Okay. Significantly reduce the energy consumption to about like 30 to 50% as well. So this is the power of the material, and a lot of time we neglect its role in the development of AI technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. After hearing both from the esteemed panel, we will move now to unpack perhaps more the extraordinary potential and emerging risks to do with AI. Professor Mizan, while AI boosts efficiency, it also widens the attack surface. So from a strategic security perspective, how does embedding AI into critical infrastructure reshape national security risks?
Thank you, Ms. Ken. I would like to thank you, the organizer, Dr. Liu Chun Lee, the one who connect me with Intrinsic particularly, and I'm one of the speakers today. All right, so I would like to start with talking about the scenario of AI, which is we know that artificial intelligence is widely used, and we cannot deny, and we are going to ASEAN particularly in 2030, so-called digital economy, and the worth value is up to 1 trillion and many more. And then also talking about the AI, and I think all of the speakers also talking about how crucial it is, and we can see in terms of so-called critical infrastructure. So it can be health industry, it can be broadcasting industry, water, dam. Dam is also part of the so-called critical infrastructure that we have, right? And also electricity, water, and actually many more ports, ports, land port, seaport, airport. So all those among the critical infrastructure that going to face a very stern and threat by the AI revolution, okay? Because we know that AI and also all this technology that come into our world right now is to help us to make things easier, faster, right, and also efficient. But at the same time, we expose the secrecy of our country's so-called strategic infrastructure, right? For example, those days we don't know like a real time what is happening right now in certain area, certain part of the country, which is very sensitive. Even for now, for example, for now, if we go to Google Earth, we can zoom even to the military camp. So how easy this kind of technology, AI industry, all this kind of thing expose our data. So they want so-called the critical infrastructure. Talking about data, and we can see some people they scared because all the data have been exposed, and some of the people also use this kind of thing to gather more info and more data. That's why when we talk about, for example, conflict in Middle East between Israel and Gaza and Palestine. Okay, so the water cut off, electricity cut off, food cut off, all the road cut off, except internet, because they need internet because to gather more information. And then with this information, it is very good on profiling, all those kind of things. All right, and also many people have been killed, for example, in Iran because of this profiling as well as access to the data. And I think I think all of us here, when we sleep, handphone just beside us, right? So then if someone wants to attack us, they know exactly where we sleep, right? The exact room, the exact place, the exact maybe hotel and whatsoever. So, okay, this is the thing that related to the how exposed and vulnerable all this data to the third party or to the any party who interested on this. So we cannot deny, and when I talking about so-called security and defense studies, okay, and with Dr. Liu, we create so-called security happiness, happiness by design as well, which is we try to make sure people can live happily, can create so-called very conducive environment without compromise with data. But now on our side, I mean, we have to create layers, we have to create so-called policy, all sorts of things to cater this kind of changes. But we cannot make it 100% safe because the dynamism and the changes come very fast. So we are always one step behind. And the so-called the crooks, if I've talked more, especially on the terrorism kind of thing, we know that how many steps they are in front of us. All right, but with that, I have over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mizan. I would like to go back to actually the potential of AI, something that you mentioned, Mr. Johnson. We'd like to explore it a little bit more, especially from an industry viewpoint. Where do you see AI and technologies like digital twins delivering the greatest gains for ASEAN?
Yeah, I think for ASEAN, you know, obviously ASEAN is a mixture of countries at different stages of development. And like all else in life, it poses both opportunities and challenges. But specifically to your question, I think first of all, technology, AI or not, but obviously AI is a powerful empowerment in our development in various ASEAN economies. First of all, reduce, if not stop, leakages. What do I mean? Even this building itself, right? I mean, we all have that experience. You know, you go to a hotel, you go to a shopping mall, you go to some buildings. Most of the time, you feel extremely cold, right? It's like you will tell yourself, I wish someone would turn down the aircon a little bit, right? But it's difficult to do that manually on a real-time basis, so that we're always at the optimal comfort level. But these are actually leakages, right? How many times you walk into a hotel lobby, you feel cold, you feel like there's excessive air conditioning. So I think first of all, you can reduce leakages, and that is humanly impossible to achieve. You need technology, you need AI, right? So again, going back to the IFC example, phase one, we saved 12% without doing anything. They just put everything onto our platform. Immediately, AI can identify leakages. It will sound simple, like example, this building. When do we turn on the aircon? Which chiller do we turn on first? At what temperature? At what speed do we turn on the fan speed and stuff like that? How do we regulate the water flow and the water temperature, the chiller? Humanly impossible, right? So we do not know how many people in this room, and therefore, how do I adjust the thermostat so that you feel comfortable, you know, without excessive energy consumption? Those are leakages. Your lift, right? Your water. And these are things that we will consume as ASEAN develops. And you know, with this geopolitical situation that we're in and we will be in for a long time, each country needs, we now start to realize we need to have a greater degree of self-sufficiency rather than interdependence. All right, we all realize that now. And self-sufficiency would definitely lead to self-development. And development creates carbon, creates consumption, for better or worse. So I think AI, one thing that we can do definitely is to reduce, if not stop leakages in both energy and resource consumption, because those are scarce. It will come a point in time where you need them, but you don't have them, right? So these days, the definition of national security, right, in the old days, it was just energy and military. These days, there's food, there's data, there's a lot of stuff that's being classified as national security, AI in particular, right? And in that development process, I think technology and AI can produce the role of, first step, reduce leakages. Then second step, you talk about optimization. Third step, you talk about advancement. So just stopping leakages will save us a lot of resources that can be better deployed elsewhere, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Shamsul, that brings us back to the crucial role of governance. Could you kindly share how does the government balance the imperative to foster AI innovation with the need to impose robust cybersecurity regulations?
So I will extend what Jonathan mentioned and also the previous speaker and also the previous panel. I was listening to the previous panel where we have this situation where data is king. In the previous panel mentioned about data in healthcare. Insufficient data in healthcare, especially if you come from a national perspective, because AI has only 3 elements. The first element is some sort of a hardware, GPU. The second element is some algorithm model. These 2, you take it off the shelf. But the third element is data, where we are all, in a way, owners of some data. For example, social media data. We give it away every minute of the day to an AI that sits outside Malaysia. But we also have this opportunity where if we give AI good data, AI can do good things for us. So from a national critical perspective, from a national perspective of impact and societal, economic and societal impact, AI must play its part, and AI needs data. So the National AI Action Plan, which we are going to come up very soon, has got these levers where we want to educate those that at the top of data mines, where they're sitting on data like healthcare data, transportation data, on how safe or what sort of mechanism we need to share that data with AI. AI at the same time cannot be the AI that we are talking about now. Today, the AI are largely coming from outside Malaysia. There is no made in Malaysia AI. The National AI Action Plan, to your question on cybersecurity and all that, the National AI Action Plan is a call to action where Malaysia must have a made by Malaysia AI, which means it's not about GPU. It's about having that self-sufficiency, that we don't need to rely on external AI technologies all the time. If we have made by Malaysia AI, produced by Malaysian companies, governing Malaysia data, being run by Malaysians, and therefore understand the data security, sovereignty, and all that comes with it, then horses for courses. Some AI are some use cases are very high risk. It needs a level of high sovereignty. Some AI are low risk. You don't need a high level of sovereignty. Today, we don't have that answer yet. So today, Malaysia, we are all 100% dependent on AI technology that comes from outside Malaysia. In 5 years' time, we do not want that. In 5 years' time, Malaysia must have AI technology that are produced by Malaysians to cater for national critical infrastructure, but also the impactful AI use cases. Imagine AI that helps Malaysian citizens on your next healthcare appointment. Imagine AI that helps Malaysians when it comes to transportation challenges, going from A to B, or to reduce food costs and increase food security. This is all 100% data conversation, because we need to have a playbook. Some use cases, data must be shared, because otherwise AI has no impact. Some data cannot be shared, but if data cannot be shared, it must be given to an AI that resides in Malaysia. Does not mean the GPU must come from US or China. It means that the ecosystem is owned and governed by Malaysian law and Malaysian regulation. So AI Action Plan is speaking about all these things. That's number one. Number two, Malaysia is looking into the AI governance so that we have sector-based governance. Some sectors do not need as much regulation. Some sectors, high-risk sectors like financial, telecoms, and national security, requires a little bit more fine-tuning of regulation, which includes standards development, regulation, and policies. Cutting across horizontally is the potential of an AI Act, which is part of the AI governance framework that we are working on. However, an AI Act looking into how other jurisdictions like European Union, when they are implementing the AI Act, is very expensive for companies to adopt. So that's one extreme side. The other extreme side is jurisdictions or countries that have got no act. So very cowboy, innovation first, but it means that citizens are always taking a second, a back seat. Innovation or technology comes first. Fine balance, yes. But Malaysia is taking approach on different sector doing it differently. But the call for a Made by Malaysia AI cuts across because it will also help to develop Malaysia AI talent, meaning people that are today in the workforce that can be future champions and people who are incoming into the workforce, the students and the young ones in universities and schools now. We have a program under the AI Action Plan on how to bring teachers to educate next to AI, students learning side by side with AI, but also existing workforce being upskilled or in a way reset so that you are not part of the 660,000 affected jobs affected by AI jobs. You are part of the new 700,000 new jobs that AI is now creating. So it's a balance, yes, but NIO works as a conductor for a musical orchestra, and everybody used the same songbook, the AI Action Plan, that's coming out soon.
Thank you, Mr. Shamsul. That actually touches on the next section, and I'm very glad you brought up the point on talent, because what's clear to me is that technological solutions and cybersecurity frameworks are insufficient without a supportive ecosystem. So this requires a pipeline of skilled professionals, broad public awareness, and a robust international cooperation. So in this final section, before we move on to the Q&A, we would like to explore human and policy dimensions of securing ASEAN's intelligent future. So I pose this final question to the entire panel. In your expert view, what is the single most critical investment ASEAN must make to build this human capital? Perhaps we can start with Dr. Tan.
Thank you very much. Okay, if I can choose one single most critical investment, I would definitely choose to build a continuous, practice-oriented talents pipeline that link university, industry, national policies, and international standard bodies. Right? I totally agree with Mr. Samsul say. Right? We cannot always rely on external experts. Okay, for the AI model. Okay. Not to mention that if a humanoid robot really come to our life, right? We can't always just buy from them, right? We need to have our own machine. Okay. AI is definitely very important. Okay. And I trust everyone know it. Okay. But who are the engineers to build it? Who are the engineers to maintain it? And when the problems come, who are going to be the one who fix it? At the moment, as a lecturer in the university, I see a very big question. Okay, right? I'm a user of ChatGPT, to be very honest. I love it so much. The performance, which is much better than 3 years ago. Okay, but sometimes the answer, I just don't like it. But I can't do anything because I'm not a developer. Okay, and again, for the data set, okay, who fit the data set to the algorithm so it can generate the answer? To Malaysia, we have our own data set. Yep. Is another question, right? So we need engineer, we need enough of sensor, okay, like Mr. Johnson said, just say, for example, the leakage in the building, right? So the humidity is in the air, right? Whether there's a chemical leakage. Do we have enough of the sensor to detect them? And do sensor and the actuator itself, do them communicate? How many sensors we are going to buy? Are them sustainable? Because they are using a lot of electronic stuff. We don't like it. Okay, we only have one Mother Earth. So there's a lot of questions we need to solve and we need to answer. So from the perspective of a lecturer in a university, is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. Perhaps next we can hear from Professor Mizan.
All right, okay. So I would like to share something like we have to be realistic that we cannot run away from AI. We cannot run away from technology that evolve, and as mentioned by Mr. Samsul as well. So it looks like every day, not every minute, so like every second they have changes, right? In terms of AI system, digitalization, things like that. And those who not digitalize will die, right? So before, I still remember those days during my university time, we said about those who not innovate will die, will left behind. But today, those who not digitalize things, all right, so they going to be left behind. So that means we cannot run away from digital, from AI, things like this, all right, and it change from time to time. So now, how we cater all this kind of thing, and then I believe that we have to prepare so-called pre and the current as well as post. So that's three things that we have to be ready. And means pre means how to educate, how to identify, how to create so-called layers and security, things like that. Because we have to face the vulnerability of our data to other parties. All right, and then when the things happen, and then how we react, so-called the emergency response. So yeah, we know ER mainly people use for medical terms, but anyway, for things related to the data as well, we need so-called emergency response, and then where to stop, where to to halt from more information have been exposed, or a leak, and then how we want to means to face like a threat that come from this kind of thing. For example, ransomware, and also everything that make us uncomfortable and make us really in danger. So with this, I think especially ASEAN, we need to prepare, and then we need to have so-called cross-border check and balance, cooperation, and many more. And I think we need so-called national action plan. It is not only for one country, but we need every country, and how they can collaborate each other when the issue come at front. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mizan, for your insights. Mr. Johnson, perhaps we could hear.
Yeah, thanks. Your question is on talent, right?
Yes, like.
Excuse me. Yeah, I think talent, obviously, we think of talent, we think of university, where, that's where we're all groomed, and then we think of policy because they set the incentives and all that. But actually on that, because specifically on AI, right? AI technology, with that, I'll put back my old hat as a management consultant, where I used to head up public sector. I serve a lot of government. I've done a ton of 2030 vision. I think, because what I see, I won't say worries, but I have some concern. Because government tends to do that and tends to regret 20 years later, which you would have realized you lost money, which is less of an issue from a government's point of view, because you can always make the money back. But more importantly, you have lost time, and you can't buy time back. What do I mean? When it comes to AI, yes, we can have university developing, all the causes. We can have the policies as most accommodating. And what many governments around the world, ASEAN included, is doing, and I like to kind of put a pause on that, is my worry is that you're throwing good money at less effective programs. What do I mean? Singapore MAS, we're trying to create our own ecosystem, right? I'm sure Malaysia is the same. Hong Kong is doing the same with Hong Kong IC, right? They got kind of few hundred millions US dollars from HKMA, and then trying to promote local GBA tech and all that, right? So eventually we all want to go to the place where we are self-sufficient to the greatest extent possible. But you must realize this is a process. In the meantime, right, in the immediate 5 or 10 years, what can we do collectively as ASEAN that will make us more effective, that will make us waste less money. But again, money is less of an issue. You waste less time because you cannot buy back time. What do I mean? Instead of Malaysia going after its own initiatives, Singapore doing its own, Thailand, Hong Kong and all that, and typically what do government do? You start to set policy, you start to throw money, right? To promote the ecosystem. Guess what? You can mark my word, 10 years later you realize we are too small a marketplace, especially when it comes to tech. You can have the best university. You can have the most attractive program. It will be useless if you cannot attract the best students. Why would the best student come to Malaysia? You don't come to do that, to do a PhD and become a lecturer. Some of them will become a lecturer, which is normal. But most of them will want to then land on a good job. That's why we keep losing to Silicon Valley. Not that, I mean, their uni is great, but because they have a greater marketplace. Right, so how do we do that so that the ecosystem can be built? All right. And in this process, in the immediate 5 to 10 years, is there a way to collaborate with the more mature market, right? Because like I said, I sit on VenCap, which is a venture fund of fund for almost 40 years. I've been trying to promote the idea, how can we collaborate with Asian government so that we in China, we say 少走弯路, meaning you make a few less turn and you go a straight line rather than you go like that, right? Because waste time, waste money. The waste money is big issue to individual, but wasting time is a big issue for nation, right? So the thing we need to address collectively as ASEAN is, how do I minimize my time wastage? Money is less of an issue. Money is important, but time is critical because you cannot buy back time. Right, so having uni, having policy, but without the marketplace, you cannot attract talent. Without talent, data, garbage in, garbage out. AI relies on data. We talk about governance. Governance is not just who can access what and who can do what with what, but how does data get categorized? And it gets broader and more challenging as the topic gets bigger. But time is running, but I just want to say, in the immediate, in the near term, is there a way to collaborate with more mature market and experience so that we shorten our experience curve to get to the point of self-sufficiency that we all want? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Shamso, I know you've touched on it. Do you have any final remarks to say about this? Or if not, we can move to Q&A.
Yes, I do. So there are two parts that maybe the audience can take away. Number one, and maybe to tie to the person who asked the question at the last panel. He is a Malaysian that lives in Singapore. We have many of Malaysians who are into AI, but they are not in Malaysia. The National AI Action Plan has got a recommendation that we must set up a database of Malaysia AI experts who are not in Malaysia. We don't need to bring them back, but we need them to collaborate, to Mr. Johnson's point, to build Malaysia AI, meaning that it's very difficult for Malaysia currency to fight against Singapore currency or UK currency, but the expertise, because other countries industrialize in the field of AI earlier compared to Malaysia. Malaysia started a little bit late. So a lot of our experts left Malaysia early on. And yeah, earning big bucks. But that experience, if we have a database of all Malaysians who sit or who reside outside Malaysia and in their areas of AI expertise, and it connects back to the aspiration and projects of AI in Malaysia, contribute as subject matter expert or advisors or something. That's one component that, if you know any Malaysians, put them on the database, pass to Mr. Safwan. That's number one. Number two is, most of you are leaders in your organization. And I would recommend that you set up AI projects, small ones, doesn't need to be big, 1, 2, 4 weeks kind of projects within your organization. Why is that important? Because so that you can yourself demystify and also create leadership of AI within your own organization. We have heard so many times Malaysian talent going out to be skilled in AI, as in going out for a course, 1 or 2 weeks course, come back to the office, no AI project. They become disappointed. They start to look at Job Street because they want to find that AI project. But if the company or the organization has an AI project, even small ones, sponsored by you, you don't need big projects, then you can then help to rewire the process in your organization. What I mean by rewire is that don't put AI at the end of the process and say it's an AI project. Look at how your process A, B, C, the E until the end, how you can, put AI as from the beginning until the end. And have these guys that you send out for AI training to come back and be part of these 2 weeks, 4 weeks AI projects. Another reason why this is important, because it will also attract the AI ecosystem to contribute to your cause. AI startup companies, we have many local companies that can contribute, and therefore it will then help to build up the long-term plan of dependency on local talent, dependency on local AI patent and projects. And you as a sponsor or leader, you get to also understand AI firsthand, not just what the vendors tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Shamsul. It appears we are 1 minute to go, so we will not go ahead with the Q&A, but we will also have those closed door sessions so you can pose those questions then. I would just like to say thank you very much again to the panelists for such invaluable insights and for sharing all your expert knowledge today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of Forum 3, Future Building and Safety Emergency Response. A big shout out and a big thank you to our moderator and our panelists who are on stage. And now it is time for a photo opportunity with those involved in Forum 3. Wave for the camera, smile, and let's energize today's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway there, but we are not concluding today's agenda just as yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that the closed-door meeting on future healthcare and digital medicine is now in session. This parallel session is taking place at Level 1A, Boardroom. Thank you.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, before lunch break, we have another sharing session. And this is going to be done with the representative of MIMOS. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now invite MIMOS, represented by Ms. Azima Abdul Kadir, RTTP, to share valuable insights into Malaysia's national technology capabilities and innovation direction. Ms. Azima, it's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is now yours. Thank you, Ms. Azima.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Right. It's a very challenging session. It's like just a minute or a few minutes to lunch. And I know that all our tummies are grumbling. My name is Azima Abdul Kadir. I am the Chief of Investment Officer of MIMOS Holding. Now, a little bit about our company. We are a newbie. MIMOS Holding Sdn Bhd is actually a wholly owned subsidiary of MIMOS Berhad, which is the national research institution under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Malaysia. All right, so we've heard a lot of discussion today in the forum that speaks and mentioned a lot about data, right? Now, one of the approach that I'm taking here is to share with you how, as a national RI, we involve and we drive the research and development towards the market adoption. And we leverage a lot on data and many types of data, right? Right. A little bit about my background. I've been in the field of intellectual property strategies for over 30 years. I'm now heading the investment division and looking into divestment and expansion of the market for MIMO's R&D, technology, as well as business expansion. So, what do we do at MIMOS Holding? We deliver market and technology validation services. Apart from, we deliver the R&D output from all MIMOS investment in the field of E&E, semiconductor, ICT, including AI and blockchain, right? So in order to do that, while we conduct all this analysis, we provide an important insights to decision makers, be it the organization management as well as the R&D. Yeah? Now, why is this important? Because in order to understand the market, it's not just by looking at the data or statistics, but be able to understand the behavior of the market, understand the trends, the needs, the demands, and the characteristic of the market, whether how does it fit into the scope of the investment of R&D that we are pursuing, right? And in order to do that, the market data alone may not be sufficient. Hence, we need to be able to verify and validate the risk. And risk is communicated through data. And what is more important is by looking at the technology data, because those are the facts, the reality that has been granted, that has been recognized, that has been published. And this is something that you can't deny, it's already there. And that is the one that will tell us the message, whether the areas that we are investing is filled already or it's open for everyone to venture into it, right? And sometimes when the inventor wanted to decide which area of specific innovation sector that they want to pursue, to develop, to invent, to know which area that they are developing is actually novel and inventive, that can grant them the right protections under the IP regimes of protection and law, be it in the country or over the world. Now, it is very important that we understand the scope clearly. Now, as we know, right, patent business is not cheap. Patent business is not cheap. What more if you file a patent and it's been rejected because it's not valid? So there's a loss of opportunity, loss of investment. So hence, we conduct this analysis and we help the R&D regime in the organization, as well as our collaborators, which comes from our local universities, as well as our industry partner, to verify and validate. Now, in order to do this, doing an analysis alone is not, how should I say, holistic. Hence, a consultancy is given to help them to stratify the information or the insights into business strategy. How do you position yourself in the value chain? Or how do you position yourself amongst the competitors in the respective industry? Now, in order to do that, we help to identify the market insight that will give them a clear understanding about their needs. It's not just looking at market size, understanding who are the players, or looking into segmentation, positioning, or the supply chain, but to the T of understanding and establishing what would be the bill of material that will be involved. How do you go about to get and source all the components to come up with the output or the product that you, or services that you want to offer to the market, or you want to venture into the market. And apart from that, as I mentioned just now, when we conduct the validation to identify whether there is a viable place for us in the total field of technology. For example, we want to identify how do we position ourselves in the whole spectrum of AI. There are many spectrum, there are many sub-spectrum, there are many applications, there are many cross-sectoral applications of AI. So how do we know? Yeah. So these are the things that we need to understand when we're developing the business strategy. How do you mitigate this risk? You know, at one point of time, there were an occasion back then, many years back, when this knowledge and awareness is very scarce in Malaysia. We had the experience after doing 3 years research of developing a technology, but we ended up with finding one patent that blocked all our entrance to the market. Yeah? It was a very, how should I say, painful lesson learned, but it taught us how to deviate, how to navigate, how do we venture into new areas, or create new economic opportunities. So from there on, we have learned that in order to start something new or to venture into a new emerging technology, this analysis needs to be done. Right. Identifying the scope of focus area, let's say we want to do into LLM, or we want to go into data modeling, right? It's not enough. It's not enough. How do you know that what that you use in your research will not prevent you, will not limit you from proceeding into commercialization, or will stop you or prevent you from using it for your licensing, or even to develop a startup? Yeah, how do you know that? Right? So these are the things that's one angle. And another angle that we need to look at is, what are the other opportunity that we can use with this algorithm to be implemented in a different way? For example, we're looking at AI. We're looking at quantum. We're looking now how quantum have expanded into semiconductor, right? We are looking at how quantum has now becoming the solution for security, for deepfake, yeah? So how would we be able to identify this if we did not come up with a detailed analysis and understanding the data that are available currently? So in order to do that, we will conduct all this macro to micro kind of analysis and interpret the data so that it can help and inform decision making. Now, in PMOS, these are the areas of technology that we have been venturing into. We're looking into E&E, we have AI, we look at all the semiconductor area, IC design, EDA tool, advanced packaging, we look into wide bandgap semiconductor, yeah, and also the other areas like, for example, medical device, solutions for quality screening for palm oil, and so forth, right? And when I mentioned about market data, there are plenty of data in every report. You can find it, right? But how do you actually use this data to come up with the right decision making for whatever pursuit that you are going through? You can use any kind of method. You can use pastel SWOT analysis, yeah, but one of the most powerful investment methodology that we use is the Water 5 Forces. Right? So, in order to do that, we will analyze the competition. We look at competitors, right? Whether in the market that we want to venture into, is it healthy or is it not healthy, right? And there are also other areas that we look at in terms of the threat, in terms of power of suppliers, power of buyer, substitutes of products, and until we come to this part. Now, this is the part that we interpret the patent data to understand the position and the portfolio that we are venturing into. And from here, we will be able to identify the area that are very high risk, the red one, or moderate, that is potential, or the next trend that is emerging, which is the yellow coded area, right? And from here, the deep dive analysis, we will be able to look at the trends of patent filing from over a period of years, and from here, we'll be able to see whether there are any potential convergence, divergence of the trends for us to venture into and create new opportunities. Like here in 2023, we studied on perovskite patents, and we also look in 2022, 2021, right? And at the end, we will conduct it's advisable to conduct the deep dive analysis to look at the focus area of the invention. Whether the focus area of the invention will have novelty, high opportunity for market creation, economic impact, and also whether it has high risk and barrier to enter, right? So, in order to do that, we combine all these strategies together, we merge them, we align them so that as a business, all the ventures, all the adventures can take place, can be pursued, right? Now, R&D as the nucleus of innovation. There are many ways of working around. The master of threes here in the floor, right, will be able to concur with me that sometimes a strategy is the best that you need to develop for you to navigate in the field of innovation, right? And from here only, we'll be able to identify and develop the product portfolio or the technology portfolio or even the services nature that would be suitable for the business venture, right? And as I would like, before to end this session today, right, IP and business strategy combination is required to come up with a holistic business strategy, right? So these are among of the topics that we have done that I showed earlier, and our product is also currently available at our booth number 15, right? We have been able to produce through this exercise, we are able to produce a medical device that is exhibited in at our booth, as well as a smart chiller that is driven by AI technology that helps to manage the energy consumption and the temperature in a building. So it's available at our booth, and I hope that you will come by and have a look at the technology. And to tell you the truth, it's not an easy journey, but you need to be able to understand the data and use the data to the best of your capability in order to come up with a very strategic decision for your business. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Azima. Before I let you go, Ms. Azima, could you please tell us all where your booth is located?
It's booth number 13.
That's 13.
13.
Thank you very much, Ms. Azima, once again for providing us with a deeper understanding of Malaysia's innovation landscape and national technology initiatives. Your insights are invaluable in shaping the future of ASEAN's technology ecosystem.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our lunch break. You may enjoy your meal at the Garden Court Cafe or the Heritage, both located on the ground floor. We will start the opening ceremony at 2 p.m. So please be back on time at 2 p.m. inside the hall, yeah? So thank you and enjoy your lunch.
spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf. The Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneurs Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusted network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service
into the hall if you're still located outside of the hall to come join us inside as we're about to begin today's agenda in about 2 minutes or so. For those of you who are in the hall already, thank you very much. You may now kindly take your seats as we're about to begin shortly. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats as we're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the hall. We hope that you guys had a good lunch session at the comfort and space of your own. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of housekeeping rules. Please keep your mobile phones in silent mode as we want to create a distraction-free environment for today's agenda. And also, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we have your attention at the screen as we're about to showcase the safety briefing video. Thank you.
The weather is lovely for a picnic. Don't forget your umbrella, dear. Voice verification complete. Greetings, agent. You are now located at the Malaysia International Trade and Exhibition Center, or MITEC. Your mission is to follow evacuation protocol in the slight chance of an emergency. We will be walking you through your mission. Let's head towards the exhibition hall.
If you are the first to encounter an emergency, break the glass to activate the alarm. Please only begin evacuation procedure after the PA announcement.
In the event of an emergency, the shutters in the exhibition hall will open. It is important not to panic. Just exit the hall, turn left, and walk in an orderly fashion to the end. Head towards the loading bay entrance. At the entrance, you will find the assembly point. Wait there for further instructions. Congratulations, agent. Our GPS tracker informs us that you have made it to the assembly point unharmed. You followed the instructions and have evacuated MyTech in an orderly fashion. This briefing is now complete.
Thank you for paying attention to our safety briefing. Your event can now proceed accordingly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Our VIPs are on the way, now arriving, so kindly be seated as we prepare for the opening ceremony. But before we begin, we would like to inform all distinguished guests that all event photos are being uploaded in real time. You may scan the Photo Live QR code displayed on the screen to instantly access and download the latest photos throughout the summit. At the same time, today's opening ceremony is being live streamed across multiple platforms, including YouTube, LinkedIn, TikTok, and WeChat. We warmly welcome everyone to share the live stream and help amplify the message of ASEAN cooperation, innovation, and global connectivity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we wish you an inspiring and meaningful summit ahead.
Before we proceed, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all our sponsors and strategic partners whose support has made this summit possible. A special thank you to our official AI partner, iFlyTech, for powering the summit's real-time AI translation, to FlexiRoam for providing all the international guests with complimentary IGB data roaming, ensuring seamless connectivity throughout your stay in Malaysia. For all guests traveling to MITEC, please enjoy discounted Grab rides using the promo code ATCDS 2025. Our gratitude also goes to ShareMe for preparing 1,000 smart NFC name cards for all participants, supporting seamless and efficient networking throughout the summit. We would also like to acknowledge our official partner, Target Media, for providing OOH and indoor advertising across key locations in Kuala Lumpur, greatly amplifying the visibility and reach of this event.
And also a warm thank you to Malaysia Airlines for offering exclusive flight discounts to all international delegates attending ATCDS 2025. And also our appreciation also extends to Bloom This for providing the beautiful floral arrangements throughout the venue.
And of course, to all of our strategic partners, including NCT Group, Brunswick International Group, The Exchange 106, Urban Pinnacle, KT Capstar, Naviderman, Kintree, Jinjiang, Malaysia, Offshore Innovation Center, Saichuang Weilan, China Mobile International, Xiamen Lingbion, Fujian Angquan Yin Zihui Hui, Tour Plus, and Intrinsic Innovation for their tremendous support and collaboration in bringing this summit to life. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving all of our partners and sponsors a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, be with us, bear with us, as the opening ceremony will commence shortly in a few minutes from now. So once again, we wish that you share the link, the YouTube link, the LinkedIn link across all platforms so that we can amplify ASEAN's message to the world. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Also, ladies and gentlemen, can we please have your attentions at the screen as we're about to play you a promotional video of Intrinsic. Enjoy.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusted network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea, and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Innovation connects us. Together, we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. As we welcome our VIPs into the hall.
间，要不然，好，做一个，啊，好，文件整理好了，做一个。好嘅，俾我個 video，video one，video，OK，好，等我一下，我这边要时间了。OK，好，没关系，我来，我吃。
Thank you very much.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay, 好。
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our VIPs into the hall. Yang amat berhormat Dato Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation. Commissioner of Police Gilbert Anak Philip Layang, Director of PDRM. Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chong, Honorary Advisor Summit and Advisor to the Minister of Plantation and Commodities Malaysia. Dato Steve Shah, Chairman of UNESCO EE Thailand, Head of Mission of Diplomatic Council CLM TV, Chairman of Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy ASEAN. Mr. Antonio I. Basilio, Director of ABAC International Secretariat. His Excellency Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chowdhury, Coordinator General of OIC's Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation. Professor Rofina Yasmin Othman, Chairman, MRANTI. Dr. Chow Jiandong, Counselor for Science and Technology of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Malaysia.
Mr. Mueling Wang, Chief Representative for Middle East and Africa for Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation, SIEF. Mr. Gu Ningning, Chairman of RCEP Industry Cooperation Committee, RICC, Executive President of China ASEAN Business Council. Mr. Richard Teo, Managing Director of Cube Integrated Malaysia, Sendran Berhad. Dato Sri Nyap Ngan Choi, Executive Chairman and Group Managing Director of NCT Group of Companies. Mr. Andrew Sandon, Co-Founder of Intrinsic Group. Mr. Alec Wang, Co-Founder of Intrinsic Group. And Ms. Ravina Chan, Organizing Committee of Chairman of ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025 and Chief Executive Officer of Intrinsic C.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm round of applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official opening ceremony of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. We are honored to host leaders from government, industry, academia, international organization across ASEAN and global innovation ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, and esteemed partners, a very good afternoon and welcome to the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. It is an honor to convene this landmark gathering under the Malaysia's ASEAN Chairmanship, bringing together ministers, leading scientists, global investors, and industry pioneers and representatives from the international organization across more than 13 countries. Today we stand at the intersection of technology, policy, and collaboration, united by a shared vision to drive innovation, strengthen regional cooperation, and build a resilient and forward-looking future for ASEAN and the world.
This summit has been granted official approval to use the ASEAN Malaysia 2025 logo and is recognized as an official project under the guidance of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI. Hosted by Intrinsic C. Sindiran Berhad, together with Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISET, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation, SIEF, the Diplomatic Council, and the NCT Group of companies, marks an important moment in advancing cross-border innovation, deep tech development, and meaningful partnerships that will shape the next decade of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. We are honored to begin this important journey together.
It is now my honor to invite the committee chair of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025, a distinguished leader recognized among the Forbes Top 100 with more than a decade of experience in technology innovation, international cooperation, and investment. She has been instrumental in advancing cross-border innovation, building regional technology bridges, and strengthening ASEAN global partnership across government, industry, and academia. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ravina Chen, Organizing Committee Chair of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025 and Chief Executive Officer of Intrinsic C, to deliver her opening remarks. Ms. Ravina Chen, the floor is yours.
Very good afternoon. Wabi Dato Seri Fadillah, the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. Ms. Makai, Director and Representative of UNESCO Region Office in Jakarta. Wabi Dato Dr. Tan Yao Chom, the Honored Advisor for our summit, and also the Advisor for Minister. Dato Steve, our International Honored Advisor, and also the Chairman of Diplomatic Council, UNESCO EE Thailand, and honor of advisor of the summit. Mr. William Wang, my very good friends, the Chief Representative for Middle East and Africa, SIEF, Sino International Entrepreneur Federation, Head of Missions. Wabi Dato Seri Yap, which is also our very close partners, the Chairman of NCT Group. Distinguished ambassadors, high commissioners, international organizer leaders, and also all of the innovators, scholars, the delegates, and the friends from across the whole Asia and the whole world. Welcome all of you guys to join our today's event. I also would like to thank Prof. Dr. Ihaba, the Coordinator General of OIC, also the Zhao Xiangdong, the Science and Technology Chancellor, Ambassador of China Embassy, and also Xu Ningning, also my mentor, the Chairman of RCEP Industry Cooperation Committee, leading the ASEAN-China Business Coordination. So it's a very good afternoon and a welcome to our ASEAN Technology Collaboration and the Development Summit 2025. We live in a definite as arm perspectives companies, accelerating technology, shifting the geographical landscape, climbing pressures, talent mobility, supply chain restructuring, and vendor innovation drivings. Such a moment is not just a country. No country, no industry, and no influence can advance alone. The future must be collaboration. The future must be co-create. And the future must be shared. That's why we're gathering here today. With 680 million people, Southeast Asia is a young workforce and a deep cultural diversity. ASEAN stands in the heart of the global transformation and also unlock the potential. We must build a stronger framework to intelligent scientific cooperation, cross-border technology exchange, and a joint art research and development, talent mobility, and capacity building. This summit, not only just for dialogue, but also for the collaboration, for the platform. Innovation today is no longer just by national borders. The technology will shape the future must be from the international collaboration, shared scientific research, technology transfer, and the joint development. Open cooperation among the government, industries, and academia and ecosystem driving is core innovations. We must move from the technology import to technology co-creation, and from the isolated breakthrough to collaboration progress. I call upon governments, international organizations, research institute, cooperator, and investors to work together to build a truly international connection, global innovation ecosystem. We are knowledgeable sharing across the border, technology joined across border, sustainable solutions, and can scale a region and also the global, even the nationals. Technology advance must people define the purpose. A region greatest asset is infrastructure, not just the capital, it is people. ASEAN, as one of the world's youngest region, holding immense potential, must be naturally through the future-ready education system and AI intelligent cross-border researchers, mobility environment for exhibitions, and a platform for the culture and the next generation of the leaders. I strongly vote for the deeper regional investment in talent, joint scholarship program, and also the ASEAN research exchange, also the youth innovation capacity build. So as a chairperson of this summit, and also the CEO of Intrinsic Say, allow me share our guiding briefing. Southeast Asia, not only emergency innovation region, is become one of the most influential innovations hub of this center. So our mission is not only just a global bridge, but also in China, ASEAN, Middle East, North America, Asia Pacific, innovation and the corridors, cross-border technology transfer, and a joint R&D global. So Intrinsic, not just an organization, it's a bridge, a connector, and a crystal. Proud approach the Malaysian as our first South Asia headquarters as a core. So this summit makes possible for the leadership support to MOSTI, UNESCO, Diplomatic Council, and UNESCO EE Thailand, Sino International Entrepreneur Federations, MRANTI, NCT Group, and all of our very good partners, strategic partners. I cannot mention everybody here, but your support make our summit can be successful, make this region can have the chance to collaboration in the futures. So our next 3 years, we will be witness the high-level, for the next 3 days, we will be visit the high-level ministries and the scientific dialogue, cross-border R&D and technology collaboration, and a global keynote speaker, international innovation showcase. And we have more than 50 global top investors flying all the way to here. And we have more than 2,500 companies and the leaders registration for our summit. And we have over 16 countries being observed and join this summit. On behalf of the organization and the committee and Intrinsic C, welcome to Kuala Lumpur, welcome to Malaysia, and welcome to our ASEAN Technology Collaboration and Development Summit. May our discussion be hot, may our collaboration be meaningful, and may our sharing action advance more innovation, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ravina Chan, for your inspiring opening remarks and for setting the stage for today's summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is now my honor to invite a highly respected leader from the international business and economic cooperation community. As director of the APAC Business Advisory Council, ABAC, the official business advisory body to APAC leaders, Mr. Antonio Basilio represents one of the highest level voices shaping regional economic cooperation and international business policy across the Asia Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Antonio Basilio, Director of the ABAC International Secretariat, to deliver his welcome address at the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's my honor to deliver the welcome remarks and to welcome you to the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. I wish to express my deep appreciation to the organizers for bringing together such an exceptional gathering of policymakers, innovators, and industry leaders. But before I proceed to my remarks, I would like to acknowledge the presence of two distinguished individuals whose presence strengthens this summit and energizes the spirit of regional cooperation. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, Dato Seri, Fadillah, Yusof, and also the Honorable Dato Seri Asnol Zamzam Ahmad, Secretary General of MOSTI. So let me begin by giving you the context of my remarks. I represent the APEC Business Advisory Council, which was created by APEC leaders in 1995 to provide the business sector perspective on issues relating to economic growth and integration and doing business in the APEC region. There are 3 members from each of the APEC economies, 21 APEC economies appointed by their respective leaders or heads of government. For Malaysia, ABAC Malaysia is represented by Dato Ruben of Westport Holdings, Dato Zainuddin of Hydrax, and Mr. Yeo Kyung Han of YTL. We meet 4 times a year to prepare our report to APEC leaders, which we present and discuss with them at our annual dialogue with leaders held during the APEC summit, which I think makes us unique among business organizations in different fora. 6 of ASEAN countries are founding members of APEC, with the 7th, Vietnam, joining in 1998. Although not all members of ASEAN are members of APEC, ASEAN is represented by the APEC Secretariat as an official observer to all APEC meetings. So today, I would like to offer a perspective from the broader APEC region, a region home to 3 billion people, representing over 60% of global GDP, and serving as the most dynamic engine of global growth. Within this landscape, ASEAN and Malaysia hold a uniquely strategic position. ASEAN has emerged not only as a fast-growing market, but also as a critical innovation partner for the wider APEC community. With its youthful demographics, expanding middle class, and rapidly digitalizing economies, ASEAN is poised to become a central pillar in shaping the next era of Asia-Pacific development. Malaysia has demonstrated through progressive digital and technology policies, strong investment in STEM and digital infrastructure, and robust partnership between government, industry, and academia. It has developed a growing innovation ecosystem driven by entrepreneurs, research institutions, and technology investors. This strengthened the position of Malaysia as an ideal gateway for those seeking collaboration in innovation, advanced technology, and new economy industries. Technology today is the connective issue of regional growth. It enhances productivity and adds precision to decision-making, whether that be in healthcare or in manufacturing. It drives efficient cross-border trade by enabling secure and trusted data flow, which in turn lead to modern and resilient supply chains. It nurtures innovative SMEs and future-ready talent. It enables cities and industries to be sustainable. The challenges and opportunities facing our region, from climate resiliency, green technology development, supply chain modernization, AI and data governance, the responsible deployment of AI, will require collaboration. No single economy can take on this challenge. So innovation thrives when ecosystems are connected. Today we see remarkable progress within individual APEC economies and across the Asia-Pacific. Thriving startup hubs, advanced research centers, and increasingly sophisticated digital markets. But despite this progress, many innovators still hit invisible borders, differences in regulation, data governance, payment systems, or digital standards. To unlock the full potential of our region, we must aspire to be a truly interoperable digital future. Harmonizing standards, whether AI governance, cybersecurity, fintech regulations, professional qualifications, or digital ID systems, will give business the confidence they need to innovate at scale. The more predictable and aligned our digital rules, the more attractive our region becomes for investment, collaboration, and transform innovation from a local advantage into a shared regional asset. Strengthening technology partnership across the Asia-Pacific is crucial for long-term regional competitiveness. So it would be to our region's benefit, the Asia-Pacific region, to encourage all partners within and outside ASEAN, including the OIC and the Middle East, to expand technology co-development programs, cross-border innovation and research partnerships, innovation economy and cybersecurity cooperation, sustainable and circular industry development, and talent and knowledge exchange across the region. Likewise, none of these goals can be achieved by government alone, or for that matter, by business alone. True regional progress happens when the public and the private sector work together, jointly developing regulations, scaling innovation, and ensuring that the benefits of growth are felt across society. Let me give you some examples that we in ABAC have submitted as recommendations. One is the APEC Center for Excellence for Paperless Trade. This center aims to accelerate the adoption of digital trade documents across the APEC region, with the goal of 100% digitalization by 2030. It focuses on 3 pillars: policy and regulatory harmonization, capacity building and knowledge sharing, and implementation and operationalization. It is open to participation by all economies within and outside ASEAN and APEC. Another example is our report on powering the digital economy. Data centers, the backbone of today's digital economy, are driving unprecedented electricity demand. As AI adoption accelerates, total consumption from data centers could quadruple by 2030, with some AI clusters already drawing as much power as entire cities. So while data centers can be built in months, the energy infrastructure that sustains takes them years to expand. So our report recommends that without timely coordinated action at public and private sectors, Asia-Pacific economies face mounting shortages, infrastructure delays, and an accelerating digital divide. The opportunities before us are immense, and the more closely our economies work together, the more resilient, inclusive, and innovative our future will be. So ladies and gentlemen, the Asia-Pacific is entering a transformative decade defined by digital acceleration, emerging technologies, and shifting global dynamics. In this journey, ASEAN and Malaysia will play an increasing vital role. It is my hope that today's summit will spark new partnerships that not only strengthens ASEAN, but entire Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio Basilio, for your insightful remarks and for highlighting the importance of regional cooperation and innovation.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to welcome a key leader of our nation whose vision and guidance continue to advance Malaysia's development and regional cooperation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Amir Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusof, to deliver his welcome address at the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wish me peace be upon you. Very good afternoon. Salam Malaysia Madani. Thank you, MCs. Excellencies, honored leaders of international organizations, esteemed delegates from China, Middle East, Canada, Japan, Singapore, Indonesia, and across ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, allow me to reflect on a timeless reminder by Nelson Mandela, who once said, I quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done," unquote. So in many ways, this embodies ASEAN's story, a region that has repeatedly turned challenges into opportunity and diversity into strength. Today, as we gather for this summit, the spirit is possibility and shared ambition guides us forward. It is my great honor to officiate the opening of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025, held in conjunction with Malaysia's ASEAN Chairmanship. On behalf of the Government of Malaysia, I extend my warmest welcome to every distinguished guest gathered here today. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to several individuals whose contribution and leadership have shaped the success of this summit. The Ministry of MOSTI, of course, headed by the Secretary General, Yang Bahagia Dato Sri Haji Hasno Zamzam bin Haji Ahmad, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director and Representative of UNESCO Regional Office in Jakarta, Dato Steve Chia, Chairman Diplomatic Council, CLMTV, and UNESCO EE Thailand, Summit Honorary Advisor, Yang Bahagia Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chong, Honorary Advisor to the Summit, Mr. William Wang, Chief Representative for Middle East and Africa, SIEF, Head of Mission, Yang Bahagia Dato Sri Yap Ngan Choi, Chairman of NCT Group, Ms. Ravina Chen, Chairperson of the Summit, and CEO N36C. So your collective partnership has strengthened not only Malaysia's innovation landscape, but also ASEAN shared technological aspirations. We also welcome distinguished representatives from diplomatic missions, international organizations, academia, industry, and investment institutions. Your presence reflects the region's confidence in our shared future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is entering what many have described as its defining decade. We stand at the intersection of shifting global dynamics, rapid technological advancement, and evolving economic landscapes. In this environment, unity, resilience, and shared innovation are no longer optional. They are essential. With a population of more than 680 million, a vibrant digital economy, and a forward-looking young generation, ASEAN holds tremendous potential to rise as a global center of innovation, technology, and sustainable progress. The theme of this summit, Uniting Innovation, Connecting the Future, reflects a powerful aspiration shared across our region. Today, digital transformation forms the backbone of economic growth and competitiveness, cybersecurity and data governance, future mobility and smart cities, advanced healthcare and biosecurity, green and sustainable innovation, the halal digital economy, and frontier industries such as AI, robotics, and the bioeconomy. Technology is no longer just an enabler. It has become the very foundation of regional resilience, prosperity, and security. Malaysia firmly believes that science, technology, and innovation must be placed at the heart of ASEAN's long-term regional strategy. In this regard, I strongly encourage MOSTI and relevant agencies to enhance strategic research funding to firstly catalyze world-class scientific and technological breakthroughs. Secondly, accelerate adoption and commercialization of frontier technologies. And thirdly, attract global researchers, scientific institutions, and high-impact talent into Malaysia and the wider ASEAN region. Malaysia stands ready to serve as a gateway, a testbed, and a launchpad, and a thriving hub for global innovation to scale transformative solutions for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit serves as a vital platform to strengthen cross-border scientific collaboration, policy harmonization, investment networks, technology transfer, and regional innovation ecosystem. With the strong involvement of MOSTI, UNESCO, the Diplomatic Council, SIEF, MRANTI, NCT Group, ATCDS, and many other partners, we are taking meaningful steps toward a more integrated, agile, and innovation-driven ASEAN. The Government of Malaysia conveys its deepest appreciation to UNESCO, Diplomatic Council, Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation of SIEF, MRANTI, NCT Group, ATCDS, and all esteemed supporting partners. Your dedication and collaboration have made this summit possible. Your efforts reinforce ASEAN's commitment to shaping a future anchored in innovation, sustainability, and inclusivity. So before I proceed to the declaration, I'm pleased to announce that this summit will continue as an annual platform. I'll make sure MOSTI and all the government will support all the partners so that we'll be meeting again next year and more years to come. So Malaysia warmly welcomes all partners to return each year to deepen cooperation, expand investment, and accelerate our region's technological progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as we step into a new era, I'm reminded of the words of Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations. I quote, "We can shape the future only if we work together. We cannot do it in isolation." So it is in this spirit of collective progress, of unity, of shared responsibility, of regional purpose, that strengthens ASEAN's journey towards a technologically empowered, resilient, and sustainable future. With optimism for ASEAN's progress and confidence in our shared commitment to innovation, I hereby solemnly declare the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025 open. Thank you. Terima kasih. Seri.
Thank you very much, Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Amar Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusof. Please kindly remain on stage. Thank you once again for your inspiring remarks and for reinforcing Malaysia's commitment to regional collaboration and innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now witness the official launch of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. May I also invite to the stage our esteemed VVIPs and distinguished leaders to the stage for the ribbon cutting ceremony to accompany Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusof, the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia.
Ms. Ravina Chen, Organizer Committee Chairman of ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025, Chief Executive Officer of Intrinsic C. Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chong, Honorary Advisor Summit and Advisor to the Minister of Plantation and Commodities Malaysia. Dato Steve Chia, Chairman of UNESCO EE Thailand and Head of Mission of Diplomatic Council CLMTV, Chairman of Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISAD. Dr. Zhao Zindong, Counselor for Science and Technology of the Embassy of People's Republics of China in Malaysia. Mr. William Wang, Chief Representative for Middle East and Africa of Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation, SIEF.
And also please welcome Mr. Xu Ningning, Chairman of RCEP Industry Cooperation Committee, RICC, Executive President of China ASEAN Business Council. Dato Seri Yap Ngan Choi, Executive Chairman and Group Managing Director of NCT Group of Companies. And also Mr. Andrew Sandon, Co-Founder of Intrinsic Group. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a ribbon cutting ceremony. And each and every one of you are more than welcome to join us for the official launch. So we're going to have a quick countdown from 5. And I'm sure you know it goes down all the way until 1. And we need each and every one of you to join us in the countdown. Can we do that, ladies and gentlemen? I can't hear you. Can we do that, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the countdown begins. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The official announcement that the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025 is now launched. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give everyone in this room a round of applause.
Let's give a big round of applause to our leaders and all those who made this milestone possible. And here's to a summit filled with collaboration, innovation, and breakthrough ideas.
Now we'll have a photo opportunity with our guests of honor on stage and our VVIPs on stage as well. And also, can we have a quick video? Our guests of honor on stage and our VVIPs, smile at the camera, wave. There you have it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now move to a key highlight of the summit, the MOU signing ceremony. We kindly invite Deputy Prime Minister to remain on stage. Ms. Ravina Chen, Organizing Committee Chair, is also to remain on stage. And the rest of VIP members on stage, you may now kindly take your seats. This collaboration represents strategic partnerships that will drive sustainable development, innovation, exchange, and cross-border technology commercialization across ASEAN and beyond.
We will now witness the signing of the following MOUs: Global South Innovation Nexus GSIN, Intrinsic C, and CF. The signatories for these agreements are Ms. Ravina Chen, Chief Executive Officer of Intrinsic C, and Mr. William Wang, Chief Representative for Middle East and Africa of Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation, SIEF.
Thank you very much. You may now take your seat, Mr. William Wang. Next, MOU exchange is the Innovation for Sustainable Development, Intrig C and ISET. The signatories for this agreement are Ms. Ravina Chen Yahui, Chief Executive Officer of Intrinsic C, Dato Steve Shah, Chairman of Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISET. Now, this witness of the signing include Tan Sri Dato Dr. Syed Jalaluddin Syed Salim, Advisor of Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship, Diplomacy, ISET, and is also witnessed by Mr. Andrew Sandon, Chairman of Intrinsic C. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our congratulations to all parties involved in these meaningful partnerships. Now, these MOUs mark a significant step forward in fostering innovation, collaboration, and regional progress in science and technology.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. It is a pleasure to gather here today for the Memorandum of Understanding MOU Documents Exchange ceremony between NCT Group, Ikurai Solar Sendran Berhad, and Yingli Group Co. Limited. We are deeply honored by presence of Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Amir Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusof, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation, Dato Sri Yap Ngan Choi, Founder of Group Managing Director, NCT Group, Dato Jo Yap Fo Choi, Group Executive Director, NCT Group, and Jo Lee Chi Seng, Managing Director, Ikurai Solar Sendran Berhad, and Miao King, Board Chairman, Yingli Group Co. Limited. We also warmly welcome Dong Hao Hawi, Managing Director, Gezuba Engineering Malaysia, Sendran Berhad, and Encik Muhammad Badri Daud Abbasi, Corporate Director of NGX. Thank you to all representatives, partners and guests for joining us to witness the significant milestones. Today marks an important step towards advancing a solar photovoltaic farm integrated with battery energy storage system in the Delapan Special Border Economic Zone, Bukit Kayu Hitam, Kedah. This collaboration reinforces a shared commitment to clean energy, innovation and sustainable regional development.
Without further delay, we would now like to invite the representatives of NCT Group, Ekorai Sola Sendiram Berhad. But before that, of course, a photo opportunity first with all those who are present on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those on stage, you may now kindly take your seats. And also, without further delay, we would now like to invite the representatives of NCT Group, Ekorai Sola Sendiram Berhad, and Yingli Group Co. Limited to come forward for the MOU documents exchange. And now we will also move on to another significant segment of the Summit Collaborative Agreement Exchange. Now this collaboration represents a strategic partnership aimed at driving innovation, technology development and regional collaboration. We'll now witness the signing of the following agreements. Collaboration agreement between Mimos Holdings Sendiram Berhad and Intrinsic C Sendiram Berhad. The signatories for this agreement are Mr. Razman Jafar, Chief Executive Officer at Mimos Holdings Berhad, and Technologist Zahantio, Chief Operating Officer of Intrinsic C. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our congratulations to all parties involved in this collaboration. This MOU signifies a major step forward in fostering technology-driven innovation and collaborative growth in the region.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our congratulations to all parties involved in this collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now come to a special highlight of the summit, the launch of the book ASEAN Economic. This publication reflects insightful perspective of the ASEAN economic landscape and the collaborative efforts shaping the region's growth and innovation. We are honored to have the Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Dato Amir Haji Fadillah bin Haji Yusof, to officiate the launch. Joining him for the important moment are the key representatives from Mr. Het Ki Heng, Managing Director of SOMO. Mr. Alec Wang, Vice Executive President and Director of Intrinsic C. Ms. Ravina Chen, Chief Executive Officer of Intrinsic C. Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chong, Honorary Advisor Summit and Advisor to the Minister of Plantation and Commodities Malaysia. Mr. Zhu Ningning, Chairman of RCEP Industry Cooperation Committee, RICC, Executive President of China ASEAN. Business Council, Ms. Torponi, Executive Director of SOMO, Mr. Goh Xiao Yan, Managing Director of Rutuk Tiki, Sendiram Berhad, and Mr. Jordan To Seong Wah, Chief Executive Officer of INF Advisory Sendiram Berhad, Mr. Alan He, Founder of MTC Brand Consultancy, and Ms. Annie Kang, Director of Media Affairs and Communication of SOMO.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let us congratulate as well all parties involved in this significant publication, which contributes to a deeper understanding of ASEAN's economic development and future opportunities. May I invite all VIPs on stage to take your seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is now my pleasure to invite a prominent leader in Malaysia's technology and innovation ecosystem to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Professor Rofina Yasmin Othman, Chairman of Malaysian Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, MRANTI, who will deliver the first keynote address on the topic Prospects for Multilateral Cooperation in Malaysia's Technology Park. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, distinguished guests, now my pleasure to invite a prominent leader in Malaysia's technology and innovation ecosystem to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Professor Rofina Yasmin Othman, Chairman of Malaysia's Research Accelerator for Technology and Innovation, MRANTI, who will deliver the first keynote address on the topic Prospects for Multilateral Cooperation in Malaysia's Technology Park. Professor Rofina Yasmin Othman, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Thank you everybody for being here. I'd like to start off by thanking the organizers for inviting MRANTI to be part of this exciting event. And we've seen and heard from the Deputy Prime Minister on the importance of technology cooperation, partnerships, and cross-border exchange of knowledge, technology, innovation, and information as a driver for the region's growth, especially now when we look at all the challenges that the world is facing. Technology really is the key to key solutions to some of these problems. I have a slide. Nope, that's not it. So I'm representing MRANTI, Malaysian Research Technology Accelerator. It's a national accelerator in technology park, based just not too far from here. And today I'd just like to share with you some of the prospects of collaboration that MRANTI and other tech parks around ASEAN can offer as a means to expand the deployment of useful technologies in, as I like to say, equitably, ethically, and with impact. So, as tech park goes, as you know, tech parks are evolving to build different innovation capabilities, and there are many different types of tech parks around the globe, not least also in ASEAN and Asia as a whole, Asia Pacific as a whole. And if you look at the progression of parks, parks will fulfill different roles for their stakeholders. Industrial parks, for instance, provide land utilities and basic facilities for scaling of manufacturing or production, and have little focus on R&D or innovation. There are special economic zones, there are eco-industrial parks, but what we are interested to share with you is the concept of the science and technology parks. And science and technology parks act as the core for R&D and innovation adoption. So the core business of S&T parks is to be able to support the whole ecosystem of moving R&D from the laboratory into the commercial pipeline. So we support startups, researchers, academia, industry who are interested in innovative technology, and policymakers who are interested to see the deployment of technologies across the spectrum of the community. So there are many examples of great science parks in Asia, Asia Pacific, and even ASEAN, such as the Singapore Science Park, Kanagawa Science Park, and all over the world as well. We see science parks being the catalyst for the transfer of technology from universities, research institutions, into industry. So the concept of MRANTI Park, for those of you who are not familiar with us, is to be Malaysia's key science and technology park, doing just that. That is, moving innovation, discoveries, new knowledge from the realm of academia or research institutions into development and on into commercialization and deployment in the community. So we seek to realize Malaysia's vision of being a technological nation, not just consuming technology, but also creating and sharing technology with ASEAN and the rest of the world. So we aim to bridge the gap and move to create future innovation districts. And innovation districts are then tech parks which have been absorbed into the community to provide the seamless community that will move between research, academia, industry, and most importantly, the community at large. So this kind of innovation districts will be critical to accelerate the country's innovation and commercialization efforts going forward. So we look at the prospects of collaboration within our park as partnership models that will work with different stakeholders. So the three key partnerships that we are supporting and that will truly differentiate high-performing innovation ecosystems. One would be innovation infrastructure partnerships. And we're not talking about buildings, we're talking about the infrastructure of R&D and innovation, be it experimentation, be it laboratories, be it POC, proof of concept, prototypes. So as a leading tech park in Malaysia, we have created models for some of these infrastructure partnerships to be realized. For instance, we have set up national test beds and zones for 5G with telcos. We have created the first drone tech test zone for beyond visual line of sight testing, agriculture pilots, surveillance use cases, drone tech pilot licensing, and so on. So this gives opportunity for new companies, new technologies to be tested and to be validated within our facility. We've launched the AV mobility testing together with agencies like CDEC, and we are now building the capacity to do IC system design specifically for the AV industry. So again, it is an open opportunity for all to partner with us, and the sort of the mantra of MRANTI is really to be a neutral entity to support the ecosystem, to enable the partnerships, not just with MRANTI, but across the spectrum, and to bridge the gap, especially between R&D and innovators within industry. We are also promoting shared labs and facilities in biotech and medtech spaces, wet labs, prototyping, biosafety labs, and so on. We have already created rapid prototyping labs, 3D printing, hardware prototyping facilities, makers labs, and we are already instituted a smart park infrastructure which will benefit stakeholders and tenants who reside within our campus. And recently we launched the Intelligent Operations Center, which enables security, mobility, and utilities analytics, which is also acts as a test bed for new innovations within this space of facilities management. And this includes IoT-enabled smart utilities, water energy building sensors deployed within our own campus. The second partnership looks at us facilitating market and talent mobility. So we have run programs for more than 10 years prior to us being MRANTI, involving the movement of our startups and also startups from around the region to global market access program. And we have reached in recent months Japan, Korea, Singapore, and the UK, showcasing our regional startups within an accelerator program that is supported. The second initiative within the talent mobility is the implementation of the KL20 initiative. And in this initiative, which was funded by the Ministry of Economy. We are providing soft landing support for foreign startups and companies that wish to relocate into MRANTI. And we have what we call a startup concierge, which will enable startups from around the region or even from other parts of the world to come and see and explore the possibilities of doing business and developing their technologies within Malaysia. Finally, in this talent and mobility, we work very closely with universities, both private and public, the 20 public universities and especially the 5 research universities. On campus itself, we have 2 universities, the Asia Pacific University as well as the International Medical University. So we are awash with talent. We have access to talent and a talent pipeline. And we continue to try and work with universities to develop focused R&D programs that will link directly with industry. Industry apprenticeships and upskilling programs with partners are also part of the offering to our talent pool. And for our startup partners from across borders, the Minister talked about transboundary collaboration. We seek to create the opportunity to have standard and regulatory pathways that are more harmonized between our countries so that we could be a launch pad and a landing pad for startups who wish to move from one region to another. And this talks about harmonizing or at least having a seamless connection between regulators. And we have demonstrated this with some of the drone regulatory sandboxes that we have run, with the MDA MedTech pathway support that we are trying to build for medical technologies, and with 5G IoT standards alignment with, within Malaysia and also across our ASEAN neighbors. So there are active partnerships that MRANTI is running with parks around the world, including in China. We had an MOU with Z Park, one of the biggest parks in China. And we have existing partnerships with regional parks in Singapore, Thailand, Korea, and Japan as well. So the third pillar of collaboration is industry-led challenge platforms. And these really involve co-development of technology, either at a national level or with corporates or with the public sector. And we run several programs together with MOSTI, such as the National Technology and Innovation Sandbox, the Drone Tech Challenge, Health Tech Challenges, the co-development pilots with JLCs and MNCs, and many more. And we are very open to partnerships which can accelerate the sharing of technology and innovation with our ecosystem. Finally, this is a very short speech. We recognize and support the idea that tech parks are catalysts for regional value creation. And looking at tech parks globally, we know that they have evolved from real estate assets to strategic ecosystem and curated communities for talent, test beds, R&D, digital platforms, AI, you name it. It's all about collaboration, it's all about partnerships, and it's all about access. And ASEAN's transition towards a value-driven innovation economy needs more parks like ours that operate at the highest level and enables the cooperation and collaboration as we see today even. So through benchmarking against international best practices, we appreciate that parks will succeed when we have good interoperability between our different partners. We increase our industry engagement, not just within the country, but across borders. And we integrate as fast as technology can develop, digital operations, test beds, and structured R&D, which are more mission-oriented, solution-based, and industry-driven, to enable there to be a real and fluid R&D pipeline from research to commercialization. And this is really the idea that makes a tech park a neutral entity that can drive the foundation of the innovation economy, not just in Malaysia, but in ASEAN itself. So the network that we hope to create within ASEAN and within its Asia-Pacific partners and even beyond will be the driver for a more equitable sharing of innovation and technology that perhaps can really address some of the world's critical problems, and especially the problems that are faced by ASEAN countries as a whole. On that note, I do welcome everybody to MRANTI Tech Park in Bukit Jalil. I don't have any more pictures of it, I don't think. And thank you very much for this opportunity to have a short sharing on our park. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rofina Othman, for sharing your valuable insights and perspectives on multilateral collaboration and the future of technology parks in Malaysia. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Professor Rofina a round of applause. We now move on to a presentation showcasing one of Malaysia's most ambitious industrial initiatives. Ladies and gents, please join me in welcoming Mr. Simon Chan, General Manager of Sales and Marketing at NCT Group, who will present NCT Smart Industry Park NSIP, Malaysia's largest smart industrial hub. Mr. Simon Chan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone in the hall right now. It's always a joy to speak to a semi-empty hall. If you can hear me, please, a round of applause, please. Okay, allow me, I'm from NCT Group. We are the partners with Intrinsic C. Today, allow me to present understanding the competitive advantage of Malaysia and the positioning of our smart industrial park. Perhaps can we switch it over there? Is it possible? Yeah, since I got most of the time on the floor, I'm just going to dance around for a while. Okay. Now, we look at Malaysia's competitive advantage. Malaysia is being recognized as the first investment choice for emerging economies in Asia Pacific. This is a report by the Milken Institute in 2024. We did all right in 2024 with a GDP growth of 5.2%. Then we have signed 16 free trade agreements. We'll show more about this in a minute. And in terms of opportunities, 13% of global semiconductor assembly and testing actually happens in Malaysia. And also 39% of all foreign investment flows into electronics and electrical industries. At the same time, higher business transparency compared to Thailand and Vietnam makes Malaysia a good choice to set up your operation. Also, in terms of ecosystem, our JAKIM Halal is actually internationally recognized, our Halal certification. At the same time, we are positioning ourselves with our smart industrial park, which is smart and green, to offer the ideal choice to locate to set up your operation. And at the same time, 70% of all energy should come from renewable energy in the year 2050. Now, on the page itself, it shows a few areas of opportunity that we should capitalize on. First, semiconductor, E&E, Jakim-related products such as food, beverage, cosmetic, and of course, renewable energy. Now, looking on, greater market access. Malaysia signed 16 trade agreements encompassing a 4 billion people population, you can see on the page. And then at the same time, if you look at the small round, which is ASEAN, ASEAN is actually a 680 million people market. Itself is just, it's the third largest market in the world behind China and India. Now, at the same time, this is RCEP, 10 ASEAN member countries, together with China, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. This form the largest free trade agreement area in the world, encompassing 15 countries with 2.2 billion, generating 1/3 of world population, generating 1/3 of the world GDP in this area. Now, one interesting note we should look at this graph. If you can see, almost 90% of ASEAN export remains in the Asia-Pacific. Only is about 10% went outside of Asia-Pacific area. Okay, that has a lot of things to say that Malaysia, ASEAN itself, Malaysia being the center of ASEAN, is ripe to capitalize on this opportunity. Now, when we are talking about industrial park, we have a few questions that we should keep in our mind. Are you future ready enough? Secondly, are you ESG enough? Then at the same time, this is the third one actually, are you trade war ready enough? Now, looking back, the critical features that we have of our industrial park that we have analyzed over the years has at least these five characteristics. One is green and ESG integration. One is strategic location, smart infrastructure, a customizable solution, and also with the investor support service. Now, with that back in mind, I will share two of our industrial park that we have been developing right now. First is our NCT Smart Industrial Park. This is Malaysia's first managed industrial park. Before that, if we will be able to play a short video of our industrial park, please. Thank you. Somehow technical error, the video turns into Chinese, but actually for the sake of all our Chinese guests, it will be a good one. If you wanted the English one, you can always come to our booth later, okay? Now, Looking back, a short summary of our Smart Industrial Park, 732 acres to be developed in over 3 phases. It's for light and medium industries. We are providing detached, semi-detached, clustered and terrace factories. And the first delivery will be actually in the 4th quarter, overspilling into the 1st quarter of 2026. This is our first managed industrial park. It's located in the Integrated Development Region in South Selangor. It's Malaysia's first managed industrial park. It's 12 kilometers away from KLIA, 56 kilometers away from Port Klang. And we have extensive ESG features, and it's a Low Carbon City 2035 Diamond Award winner. And together, our target industry is semiconductors, E&E, smart logistics, IR 4.0, and F&B. Now, this is the first one. Okay, then our second industrial park is actually in the special border economic zone between Malaysia and Thailand. I believe for all the audience that are in here during the early on of our ceremony, the video has been played just now over 2-3 times. Okay, it's 137 acres to be developed over 4 phases. Also, light and medium industries. It's a freehold land. Together, also, we are offering detached, semi-D clusters, and terrace. First delivery will be targeted in mid-2027. Now, it's located in the Malaysia-Thailand border. It's the gateway to ASEAN land trade, basically supported by our special border economic zone and our Bukit Kayu Hitam Inland Clearance Depot. Looking at to capitalize the border economic growth synergy that in itself in 2024 has reached 125 billion in trade on both ways. It's also a ESG-friendly and a logistics-centered industrial park. And target industries, of course, is logistics, automotive supply, chain, digital, and also food manufacturing. Another nice, this is one of my favorite graphic that I have. If you can look at the graphic, this is the Asian highway network. If you can see Malaysia, the round one is actually Malaysia, is actually where our industrial park is. Together, we are actually not the backyard of the whole world. We are actually the gateway to global. In itself, you can drive your car all the way to the Mediterranean Sea, or even you can reach St. Petersburg and Moscow on the north. This is how connected we are nowadays in the world. So basically with that, this is actually our comprehensive support ecosystem for our NIS, our NCT Inosphere. I will not for now. At the same time, NCT is also offered the investment service. We are working together with Intrinsic C. Together, we have an Invest NCT fund, whereby we are providing capital and land injection for all eligible businesses or enterprises who want to set up operation in our industrial park. Also, we have our build-to-suit factories. Then we are doing liaisons with MIDA, Invest Selangor, Invest Kedah. Also, we are developing a halal ecosystem and certification. Together, we are also providing a pre, mid, and post-setup operational support. Now, let's build your Asian base in Malaysia. And would you like to know more, please visit us at our booth at Hall 3, booth 3E01 and 03E02. And with that, let me conclude my talk with some of the progress photo that we have for NCT Smart Industrial Park in Sepang. I'll just flash through this, our overview. This is our water, our SDP, our TNB station. So basically, the park is ready to be delivered in the early Q1 of 2026. And with that, and thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon Chan, for the insightful presentation on the NCT Smart Industry Park. This project highlights Malaysia's commitment to developing smart, sustainable, and technology-driven industrial ecosystem for the future.
And now it is my honor to welcome a distinguished leader in science and technology from the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcome His Excellency Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chowdhury, Coordinator General of OIC Standing Committee on Scientific and Technological Cooperation, who will deliver the second keynote address on the topic, the integration of STEAM disciplines in frontier innovations, an opportunity for OIC ASEAN cooperation to leapfrog into global leadership. Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chowdhury, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ni hao, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, young people behind. I'd like to begin by thanking our host, Malaysia, and congratulating the ASEAN nations for an extraordinary summit. Your leadership offers hope for future, built on collaboration and care for people and planet. As I look to you today, I do not see a room full of officials, but I see literally billions of young people, a region with one of the world's highest science technology graduation rate and the fastest growing digital adaptation. Together we hold a dominant portion of the world's natural resources, 4.2 trillion in sovereign reserve and some of the lowest debt ratios. These are not statistics, they are portrait of our people, our greatest resource. With this type of strength, we should be the home of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We should be the capital of innovation in natural resources, sustainability as the IP engine for Islamic financing solutions, an ideation lab for cross-cultural industries. We should be the global home of knowledge, but we are not today. This is a fact. Yet we can be tomorrow. My life's work as a scientist and then as the coordinator of OIC Comstack teach me certain lessons. I'm a scientist who has worked with PhD students all across the world, particularly in the OIC region, and I have seen how talented and brilliant these young people are. So I have full confidence that our future is bright because we have the privilege and honor of having these young generation with us. Some of the most brilliant minds of next generations are in OIC and ASEAN region, especially here in Malaysia. I believe we owe it to them as their leaders, as their mentors, to set our strategies and policies so that they thrive in future because they are our future. They are why I have an unwavering belief that we have internationally recognized centers of excellence driven by youth. If we focus on frontier innovations and if we build the right foundation of them, we create a new future. We must choose our areas of concentration wisely. We will be mutually successful if we leverage our individual and collective competitive advantages. First, though, we must face some uncomfortable truth. We have the highest level of STEM graduates in the world, yet the lowest level of research productivity and innovation. Number of patents are extremely low. Meanwhile, North America and Europe have fewer STEM graduates, yet they have 80% of the best universities, produce 70% of the world research, and generate most of the transformative innovations. Despite their overwhelming debt, they invest $2 trillion USD annually in research and development. We have the greatest liquidity globally, yet we spend least in research and development. This paradox is our wake-up call. The gap is not verdict on our talent. It is an indictment of ecosystem. We must confront our structural challenges that prevent us from unleashing the power of STEM graduates, unleashing the creativity of our youth. I speak today with unyielding conviction that we can become future leader if we enable our creativity and ask why. At the same time, we should embrace risk that say why not. For this happen, we must integrate science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, STEAM disciplines, and into every aspect of education from childhood to adulthood. We should introduce arts and competition into learning, which results in technical excellence matched with imagination, ethics, and design thinking. This is how frontiers innovation work. If we have frontier innovators, we must create ecosystem to foster them. Our teachers should be supported as lifelong learners. Our community should nurture creativity, encouraging young people to dream, experiment, and preserve, and persevere. To motivate us, we have fellow nations who are moving into this direction. Iran, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and UAE are increasing their R&D spendings, improving STEM education, art integration, and expanding innovation ecosystem. Meanwhile, Singapore serves as a global reference for all of us, with one of the highest per capita R&D expenditures. If we wish to be home of knowledge, we must all spend at least that amount, that invest it even more wisely across ecosystem. But where should we invest? Where should we collaborate? Should we be bold and think we can all be number one in the world in our chosen areas of expertise? If we imagine 64 OIC and ASEAN nations together, linked through R&D, innovation, and entrepreneur skills, I say, why not? This is not rhetoric. It is a blueprint grounded in our demographic dividend, resource sovereignty, and ethical imperatives. Together, we can redefine innovation on our terms: human-centered, sustainable, and exponentially scalable. We do not need to imitate anyone else when we have all the advantages on the face of the earth. Let's imagine that 6 big ideas are implemented. That's centered around innovation. We can develop our own people and ecosystem. This time, though, let us recognize the opportunity and invest in the foundation that makes success inevitable. Idea number 1. What if we built a unified digital trust ecosystem for Islamic finance and halal economy? We've been discussing this since long. We own the subject that and the market worth $3 trillion USD today. Malaysia controls 30% of the worldwide Islamic financial assets. Indonesia President Widodo declared that the launch of Indonesia Islamic Financial Center on September 17, 2024, that Indonesia must capitalize on its vast potential as the world halal industry capital. So imagine our universities, our research centers, as in OIC and ASEAN Halal Innovation Syndicate, linked with research centers, accreditation bodies, and a harmonized system of recognition. STEAM discipline can help us to develop this kind of an ecosystem. And of course, by using this, we can have this huge access to over 2.5 billion Muslims all across the Muslim world. We would have a platform reaching at least billions of people, influencing 25 trillion ESG products and certification market. This is doable. After all, Malaysia's digital free trade zone alone on board 5,000 halal startup today. By building the foundation of trust, talent, and inclusion, we create a unified global halal ecosystem that would be mutually beneficial and would have exponential growth. Idea number 2, what if we become the future center of excellence for rare earth minerals and metal value chains? The Honorable Minister Chang of Malaysia announced at this year's ASEAN Summit that Malaysia would become a center of excellence in this field. This is inspirational for the OIC as well, as we sit on 25% of all known reserves of rare earth metals. In the rare earth arena, the future belongs to nations that master the sciences, sustainability, resources, and value addition. This is talent challenge, not a mining challenge. A rare earth steam corridor from Guyana in South America to ASEAN, enabled by sovereign and state-owned entities, could have refining research centers, sustainability and extraction innovation laboratories, and AI processing to form the foundation of a new OPAC of critical minerals, where the centers of expertise, IP, finance, and manufacturing sit, and with us, the owners of resource and not in other lands. Ladies and gentlemen, this industry is growing with a rate of plus 8%. And this is the research which we need to have in the field of inorganic chemistry, high and low tech infrastructure, manufacturing innovation, robotic inventions, to name a few, frontiers integrated subjects. We specialize one knowledge rather than compete. We become a stronger collectively. If we invest in training rather than extraction alone, our people become owners of knowledge, not laborers in someone else's supply chain. Idea number 3, what if we thought of agriculture and food security as farmer-owned prosperity platform? We have some of the most fertile lands in the world, with ASEAN alone providing 9% of the global agriculture export. Yet we are ravaged by climate disaster and demand intervention. An agri-STEAM learning belt would connect agriculture universities, research centers, small farms, and last-mile needs, train rural youth in soil analytics and smart irrigation, and build post-harvest logistics skill to reduce 30 to 40% of the food loss. We can make it happen. 2 principles are extremely important. Data sovereignty program that value research and mutually beneficial ownership. Last mile connectivity, fast-in-class technical training program facilitating last mile tech education to rural communities of our regions. By building skills, digital literacy, research collaboration, and local entrepreneurship, we convert agriculture from vulnerability into a people-centered prosperity system. Idea number 4, what if we built a green silk road for climate, renewable energy, and green skills? OIC nations supply 45% of global oil, yet our future lies in renewable. ASEAN has 5,000 gigawatt of solar potential. Pakistan is pioneering in carbon sink. The UAE has launched a giga-scale 24/7 renewable project. We have as much ability as any other region of the world to take leadership in this subject, especially in emerging industries such as climate risk, finance, and insurance. To lead this transition, we need climate research institutes, green skills academies, renewable energy technical colleges, cross-border training for carbon accounting, green finance, and climate risk insurance. A startup ecosystem for clean technology entrepreneurship. This is how we can equip ourselves and our youth to champion and green technologies and for future. Idea number 5, what if we considered the creative industries as an opportunity to protect heritage while embracing innovation? Creative industries are the fastest growing segment of youth-centered and youth interest globally. Between our ethnic traditions, cultural heritage, community focus, and distinct art, we have these possibilities for creating contents. While our culture gives us distinct advantage, we must build the ecosystem that allow creative talent to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, combining with STEM, we can ignite a cultural STEAM exchange for our youth, emphasizing on STEAM-focused crafts like 3D printed heritage jewelry out of Malaysian design. School preserves our culture, quickly exporting crafts while evolving them into digital age. R&D collaboration between arts, design, and hard science schools are essential to capture a significant portion of $2.5 trillion industry of creative economy. If we enable the ecosystem, our youth will launch their own creation and thrive. My fellow colleagues, the future will not be shaped by those with the most resources or the most data. It will belong to those with the courage to imagine boldly, the discipline to collaborate sincerely, and the wisdom to invest in their people relentlessly. The OIC, with 57 member states and five observer states, and ASEAN, together present 1/3 of humanity, the majority of global resources, and nearly all world's untapped youth brilliance. If we unite our capabilities, align development ecosystem, and trust our own strength, we will not simply catch up, we will develop and excel. We can become world's knowledge engine for sustainable innovation. We can become the architect of ethical technology. We can share understanding of greener, fair, and more people-centered world. We can become the home of knowledge and the birthplace of tomorrow's breakthroughs. It will all happen, and if we confront our challenges bravely and build a strong yet flexible foundation for frontier innovation to emerge from one countries for all people. These will lie in the infrastructure of interoperability, our youth-trained in tradition, the basics and technology, the data sovereignty, and protect our people, the processing capacity that captures value, the storage system that make renewable energy reliable, and the culture of IP framework that preserve our heritage. All it requires is that we simply ask, are we ready for that? Why not us? Why not now? And why not together? Let this summit mark the beginning of a shared renaissance that we have enabled our youth to build, powered by STEAM, guided by our value, and strengthened by our unity. OIC and ASEAN, with a shared heritage and culture, hold a great promise together. This was the moment their future truly began, and this is where we can work together for the betterment of this region and for the world. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chowdhury, for sharing your expert insights on the integration of STEAM disciplines and the future of frontier innovations. Definitely, your perspective provides valuable guidance for advancing regional and global collaboration in science and technology. Once again, we thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now invite a distinguished leader from the industrial and technology sector to share his expertise. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Samir Al-Shatri, former Vice Chairman of the Saudi National Industrial Development Center, CEO and co-founder of United Sands, who will deliver the third keynote address on the topic Trusted Data and Industrial Development Enablement, the Road to 2030 and Beyond. Mr. Samir Al-Shatri, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Last night, we went to a restaurant, and in the restaurant, I asked the host, is this halal food? And the answer was, yes, of course. And I said, why are you sure? And the answer was simple, because the chef is Malay. The servants are Malay. It means Malaysian food has a brand of being halal. Gentlemen, it is a profound privilege to stand before you today in an assembly that shapes the very future of our nation and the global Islamic economy. We are living in a moment of unprecedented transformation, guided by a clear and ambitious national vision. But true leadership is not just about keeping pace with change. It is about defining its direction. Today, we will explore one of the most significant economic and technological shifts of our generation. A shift that merges our timeless values with boundless potential of the digital age. We are here to discuss the rise of a global halal digital economy. This is not merely a niche market, it is a multi-trillion-dollar foreign frontier of growth built on pillars of trust, transparency, and inclusion. It is where blockchain secures our halal certification, where Islamic fintech unlocks financial freedom, and where e-commerce builds bridge across countries. And at the very center of this new frontier stands the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And our visionary leadership, we are uniquely positioned to not just participate in this economy, but to lead it, to unlock monumental commercial opportunities, particularly across the dynamic nations of Asia, and to establish a new global standards for ethical and digital commerce. Over the next few minutes, I will unveil the scale of this opportunity, the strategic pathways to capture it, and the decisive role our great nation is destined to play. This is more than a presentation. It is a blueprint for how we will build the legacy of innovation, prosperity, and global leadership of generations to come. I have arranged the presentation in a logical order. The logical flow is designed to build an integrated strategic argument. Each section builds on the previous. We start with definition, move to convincing numbers, explore technical opportunities, analyze consumer behavior, focus on the investment and partnership, and then conclude with the practical steps. So our journey today is carefully designed to take you from a general understanding of the halal digital economy to the amazing numbers that justifies investing in it, to concrete opportunities for the kingdom and Asia. We'll conclude with a practical recommendation that can be implemented immediately. This is not a theoretical presentation, but a working guide for leadership in $1 trillion market. All right, let me start with the definition. I'll put, in this slide, I'm going to go over the definition and the 5 pillars and the added value. This definition is strategic. When we say digital first, means we're not talking about digitizing the traditional way, but about the birth of an entire new ecosystem. Data and technology driven emphasizes the scientific nature of approach. The 5 pillars over the complete ecosystem, 5 payments to produce, to products, to services, etc. Let's agree on a clear definition. The halal digital economy, the halal digital ecosystem is not just an Islamic version of traditional e-commerce. It's an integrated ecosystem that pushes Islamic values at the core of technical design. When we say digital first, we meant that technology and data are the engine, not just supporting tools. These 5 pillars will be our roadmap for understanding opportunities in every sector. Trust is the key word throughout the whole presentation. The ecosystem we're talking about is definitely global. Here, these are not ordinary numbers, what you see in front of you. Look at the numbers. This is something to record. This is something to take a picture of. There are not ordinary numbers. Look at 10.5 trillion, which exceeds China's entire GDP. An 8.5% annual growth rate means doubling in size approximately every 8 years. ASEAN is growing at the fastest rate because it contains the world's largest Muslim population. Saudi Arabia is growing from strong base and can become an export platform. So if we put this in context, 10.5 trillion, that is larger than China's entire economy today. When we talk about the halal food growing from 3 to 6.5 trillion dollars, we're talking about doubling the market in less than a decade. In Asia, it's growing at 150% in just 7 years. This isn't normal growth. It's an economical explosion. And the kingdom has a strong base of 166 billion to build upon. Let me cover in this presentation, it's a little bit busy, but there are 4 innovations. We'll talk about the market size, investment, and then Malaysia. You see, Islamic fintech attracts more than half of investment, 50.9%, because it's the infrastructure for everything else. Malaysia, with 24% of global assets, is the natural strategic partner of Saudi Arabia. It just goes without saying. Sharia compliant, PNPL, which is buy now, pay later, solves a major problem: how to finance consumption without interest. Islamic fintech is the foundation. Without Sharia compliant payments, halal e-commerce cannot flourish. So look at Malaysia. Malaysia is 24% of global Islamic finance assets. This market is an ideal strategic partner for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The opportunity here is linking Saudi payment systems with Asian trading platforms and creating joint regulatory sandbox to test the innovation, because it's safe. 50.9% investment go to fintech. This is where investment put their money. So blockchain actually solves the industry's biggest problem. Today, if I tell someone it is halal food, like the question I asked, most of the time I will take my words, the words of whoever I'm asking for. So is it true? Did he trace it down? Does he know the food is actually halal? His definition of halal is correct? Does it match what halal is in reality? So blockchain solves the industry's biggest problem, and that is trust. With over 400 certification bodies worldwide, how does a consumer know which is reliable? Blockchain makes every certificate traceable and verifiable in seconds. This is not a technical solution, but a business solution to a problem that costs the industry billions annually in fraud. Let's face the truth. we have a trust problem. Over 400 certification bodies worldwide, different standards, and unfortunately, widespread fraud. Blockchain is not a buzzword, it's the solution. Imagine a consumer in Singapore scans a QR on a Saudi product and instantly sees every step from farm to store with unforgettable certificate, with unforgeable certificates. This is in distant future. For example, Oni Agrix did this. So actually it happens. It is happening as we speak. Social media platforms aren't just for selling. They are for discovery and trust building. 70% of the consumers, by the way, discovers new halal products via Instagram and TikTok. You see, even in my country, if I want to look for a restaurant, I go through TikTok or Instagram. Most of the time, food, for some reason, are attached for TikTok and Instagram. Anytime you want to look for food, you go for Instagram and TikTok. So compliance by design means halal certification isn't an optional add-on, but part of the technical infrastructure. Uncertified products simply cannot be listed. Well, halal food and halal e-commerce isn't just Amazon for Muslims. It's a complex ecosystem combining 3 channels: traditional marketplace, direct stores, and most importantly, social commerce. Most people don't realize that Instagram has become a key discovery channel. The real difference is compliance by design. We build halal certificate into the core of technical system, not as an additional layer. All right, here. The number is truly amazing, 80%. 80% loyalty is an exceptional number for digital shopping era, where competition is one click away. Why? Because trust in halal certification is not easy to build, but hard to break. 12% growth for organic clean indicates evolution in halal consumer tastes. They want halal plus organic plus clean. Because some people have the common sense that halal food is not tasty, not healthy. So the way of thinking people have changed. This creates opportunities for premium products. This number is truly amazing. In an age where consumers compare prices in seconds through, platforms on social media, why this high loyalty is important? Because trust in halal certification takes time to build. Once a consumer trusts your brand, they become a lifelong customer. You can see it in our day life. And more exciting, the halal consumer is evolving. So they no longer want just halal, but again, halal, organic, clean, and also ethical. This creates opportunities for premium products, 100%. Trust and certification is, by the way, factor number 1. That's why blockchain matters when we mentioned it at the beginning. It's all about certification, trust, again. All right, this is natural trade corridors. Momentum, priority, and enablers. You see, the 2.6 billion Muslims between the 2 regions, FTA negotiations, are not theoretical, but actual ongoing. Malaysia, Johor, along attracts 2.4 billion. This proves demand. Jakim's recognition of 46 foreigner bodies means actual trade facilitation, not theoretical. The 3 gateways, Saudi, Malaysia, UAE, Indonesia, Bahrain, Singapore, covers finance, market, and technology. This is not a future dream, gentlemen and ladies. It's happening now. Free trade area negotiations between GCC and Asians are ongoing. Malaysia alone attracts 2.4 billion. Asia's strongest certification body recognized 46 foreigner bodies, Jakim. This means Saudi certifies products can enter Asian markets more easily. We're talking about 2.7 billion Muslims. This is a natural trade corridor, not artificial. It's happening now, gentlemen. That will happen. Oh my God. Let me share this most stunning number. In this entire presentation, 99% of global respondents trust Saudi halal. So if anything is made in Saudi Arabia, around the world, 99%, they know it's halal. There's no single doubt about it. Think about it. This 99%, this is not just a number. It's a priceless strategic assets. Your reputation is an asset, right? If you go take a car and you say it's made in Germany, and then you say it's made in China, or made in Yemen, or made in Saudi, maybe Germany prevails at the moment, right? Not in all categories, by the way. Now China is growing like hell. But then it's a reputation. So what people believe in is, even if you say match made in Germany, they say, oh, this is made in Germany. Maybe it's very good quality. It's branding. So when you say 99% people think or believe that Saudi products are halal, then this is not just a number, it's a priceless strategic asset. But the numbers don't stop there. Saudi Arabia is #1 globally in halal investment. Flows 5.5 billion Saudi riyal in 2023 alone. Vision 2030 is not a slogan, it's a clear roadmap with HDPC, Halal Product Development Company, identifying 18 high potential export categories, the golden opportunities, 33 billion in imports that can be converted to local production and exports. Golden opportunity indeed. All right. Let's talk about opportunities, because we're coming to the conclusion of this presentation. Let's move from joint certification solves biggest barrier. No, time and cost of obtaining multiple certification, joint manufacturing is the smartest move. It goes without saying. Why reinvent the wheel? Physical presence in Asia means leveraging Asian free trade agreement and Asian manufacturing skills with strong Saudi branding. PIF is SVC. PIF is Public Investment Fund, Saudi Sovereign Fund, and also SVC, the Saudi Venture Capital, are not just funders, but strategic partners opening doors, because those two are looking to create this ecosystem. Now let's move from vision to execution. How does Saudi Arabia actually enter Asian markets? 4 clear pathways. First, joint certification with JAKIM and MUIS, for example. One certification is accepted in multiple countries. Second, and most important, joint manufacturing. Why only export? Build a factory in Malaysia or Indonesia, benefit from their manufacturing skills and trade agreements. But maintain your strong Saudi brand, because it has a reputation of halal 99%. Again, it's an asset. The Public Investment Fund and SVS, SVZ strongly support this, and they with money as well. Over 400 certification bodies globally creates chaos. So MRAs are the solution for unified recognition. Regulatory sandbox are not luxury, but necessity. How do you test innovation without breaking laws? Digital certification, QR, blockchain, transform verification from weeks to seconds. GCC Asian working groups are not discussing meetings, but they're executing committees for actual standard planning. Some see regulations as a barrier. I see it as an enabler. If done smartly, we have over 400 certification bodies worldwide. This is unmanageable chaos. The solution is mutual recognition agreements. Saudi Arabia automatically recognized Malaysia and vice versa. Regulatory sandbox, safe environment for testing digital wallets, and takaful without breaking laws, and a digital certification transform verification from weeks, again, to seconds. We need GCC Asian working groups, not for discussion, but for execution, for executing standards planning. Okay, let's expand the champions. Well, expanding champions means supporting current Saudi companies like, Al-Mara'i, Nadic. Actually, here I saw in the supermarket, they have Al-Mara'i and Nadic. I was surprised, etc. To become global brands, production localization converts 33 billion imports into opportunities. Unified customers reduces time from weeks to days. Compliance by design for companies means building certification into the core of the product, not as at a later addition. Omni-channel means seamless experience across all channels. So now for the most important part, what to do. So the three groups, clear recommendation for each. For the kingdom, expand your local champion. Al-Mara'i can become Al-Halal Nestle, for example. We have 18 identified export categories, focus on them. And don't forget the 33 billion imports is localization opportunities. For GCC Asia, accelerate the free trade area, implement unified customs, and sign MRAs for companies. Build compliance into your product's core, be present in all channels, and integrate cross-border payment system. This is not a theory, gentlemen and ladies. There are practical steps you can start tomorrow. We're concluding because they are saying, get out of here. In conclusion, gentlemen, I'm just going to give case studies. These are companies that all know. They use the same system. Finally, let me talk about the final conclusion, which is the ambitious vision is not a distant dream. Every component exists. Again, 99% trust, that's one. 55.5 billion SAR investment in Saudi, that's two. Ongoing FTA negotiations. Blockchain works. We just need coordination. The call to action is very specific. One program, KSA Asia. One pilot, blockchain for dates, for example. One committee, standards coordination. Not a wish, but a three concrete steps. To summarize, first, the halal digital economy is growing at an amazing speed, 10.5 trillion by 2020. Second, the Asian GCC corridor is not a choice, but a strategic necessity, 2.6 billion Muslims. Third, Saudi Arabia is not a participant, but the potential leader, 99% globally trusted. The vision, a unified ecosystem thinking, linking Saudi Arabia and Asia, not with words, but with blockchain, digital certification, and integrated payments. What to do now? 3 immediate steps. Join KSA Asian Halal Digital Program, blockchain pilot for certificates. Let's start with Saudi dates, for example, and coordination committee, meeting quarterly to sign the first mutual recognition agreement within 18 months. The opportunity is here, the tools are ready, and the time is now. So let's lead together, and thank you very, very much for your time and for the people who attended and are still here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samir Al-Shatri, for your insightful presentation. Your perspective on trusted data and industrial development provide valuable guidance as we look toward 2030 and the future of global innovation.
Coming up next, the Future City presentations. Our first presentation highlights the Yazhou Bay Science and Technology City High-Tech Zone, focusing on its vision to build a sci-tech innovation hub within the Hainan Free Trade Port, FTP. We are so honored to invite technologist Zehan Teo, Chief Operating Officer of Intrinsic Sea and Vice Chair of the Summit Organizing Committee, to share this presentation. Technologist Zehan will also introduce the Launch Hainan Tour with KTCC, its initiative under Intrinsic Sea and the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit of 2025. Without further ado, Technologist Zehan Teo, the floor is yours.
Evening. Okay, good. Not going to take too much of your time. No, I'm going to make it quick. No, the organizing committee is pressing me. So, no. Thank you everybody. No, it's been an exciting day. No, all of us seen many. So, sharing a great news with all of you. Intrinsic C is now since September being appointed as Southeast Asia's representative. No, to promote Yazhou Bay, on the investments either inwards and facilitate companies coming out, right? Why Yazhou Bay and where is it, right? No, so Yazhou Bay is actually in Sanya, located in the Hainan province. It will be China's free trade port, and free trade zone. And there are lots of initiatives that the government has put together. I will not bore you with the boring details and the vision. What we want to say is, zero tariffs for companies who land, and have a minimum of 30% value added, on local products, and then importing and selling into China, and they also, reduce, the tax rates, right, for personal income tax and corporate income tax, right, and 15%. And if you were to make money overseas, investing through a Sanya registered company, an entity, all profits will be zeroized, right? So, it's all exciting, and we are, organizing a special. Let me put it all to here. A special trip to Sanya, and we are inviting, all the businesses and all the entities over here to join us as we will head towards Sanya in Q1 2026. So we're making lots of planning, but with that, we are inviting our first batch of companies that will be joining us. SNA. Yep. Come on board. Come, yes. So, and then we have One Academy, KTCC, Pathomic Health, TOS Skin Group, KT Cap Stars, and KTCC Talent Profiling. Right now, so joining us at this on the stage right now will be the companies that are heading towards Sanya, this April, and all of you who are interested, please come with us. And thank you, right? So.
Thank you very much, Technologist Zehan Teo. Now, this innovative vision exemplifies the kind of forward-thinking development and collaboration that will drive the region's future technology ecosystem. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as well in welcoming Mr. Andrew Sandon, Chairman of Intrinsic C, who will present Innovation Without Borders, Canada's global gateway for founders, Now, this initiative, supported by the Trade Commissioner of the High Commission of Canada, aims to provide founders with access to global markets networks and resources to accelerate innovation and entrepreneurial growth. Mr. Andrew Sandin, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. So, Zehan, as Vice Chair of this summit, thank you so much for helping us keep on time. And it's my role as Intrinsic C Chair to also do a good job of catching up on time here. So I'm actually going to throw away my speech. So thank you everyone for coming. Thank you everyone for supporting this summit. The next 2 days, still a lot of activities happening, a lot of great companies out in the exhibition area. Tomorrow we have a pitch competition as well. So I'm here to talk about Canada, and you might be wondering why. Canada took me about 30 hours to fly here. I think the fastest way I can get here is maybe 18 hours. So not easy, but we've built Intrinsic Global as a way to innovate without borders. So everything we do is about how do we enable entrepreneurs, how do we enable SMEs, even enterprises, to scale their business, grow their business across borders, across oceans. So Canada is a great way to do that. So when I think about Malaysia, culturally we're actually quite similar to Canada. Mind the weather. Canada is a very diverse country. Government policy, government structure, very similar to Malaysia. When I come here, work with some of the government ministries, I just feel like I'm at home. The way people behave, very similar to Canadians as well, just very kind, very easy to work with. So I super appreciate that about Malaysia. Canada is part of the CPTPP, which is the Comprehensive Trade Partnership. Malaysia is part of that as well. And I think because of that membership, trade between Canada and Malaysia has grown substantially over the last few years. We've become a very strong trading partner of Malaysia. And with that, for Malaysian businesses to come to Canada and do business in Canada, there's a lot of tax and tariff reductions because of CPTPP. So definitely explore that. The other great thing about Canada is if you're tired of the rain, we change that to snow. It's amazing. You don't get wet. You can go outside and just walk in the snow and enjoy yourself. So please come. Please enjoy Canada. I think you're welcome to let me know, and I would be glad to host you in Canada. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that. Sorry, one more thing. So Canada, we've had a lot of immigration in the last few years. And in the news, we hear a crackdown in immigration, a lot of changes to visa policy. But one thing that Canada is very strong with is economic immigration. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to move to Canada, but being able to bring your business to Canada, expand your business, maybe bring a manager to Canada. We have great programs to help with work visas, great programs to help with residency as well. One of the programs we run is Startup Visa, which gives entrepreneurs the ability to get permanent residency in Canada if they agree to run their business in Canada. So while there is some negative news about immigration globally, Canada is very much open for business and open for migration of individuals. So, anything else, Anne? Thank you. So yeah, welcome everyone, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Sandin, for sharing this inspiring initiative. Your insights demonstrate how international collaboration can empower founders and foster cross-border innovation.
And now we move on to Future City and Innovation Hub presentations. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mark Mingshen Lee, President of SCWL Southeast Asia Branch, who will present Building Global Innovation Bridges, how Saituang Welai accelerates international talent and ventures into China's deep tech ecosystem. Take it away, Mr. Mark.
Thank you all the guests. I'm glad here, the honor today, and I would like to share our presentation. Name is Saituang Welai. We are a company based in China, which is these buildings is our headquarters in Zhejiang, Ningbo province. We established in 2014. Our headquarters is this building, and this year is our 11 years birth. I would like to share a little bit about our business model. We organize the innovation and entrepreneurship competition around the world, and also we are entrepreneurship academy to help scientists become entrepreneurs. And we have investors invest through our 2 funds in China, and we also are one of the largest incubators in China, operating industrial park and the soft landing zone. Sichuan Wilai now have 18 bases in top of China cities, north to Mongolia, south to Shenzhen. Our headquarters is in Ningbo, so we covers all of most strong economic cities in China. In global market, from the east side to the west side, we already based in 10 countries, which is Malaysia, Hungary, Singapore, the USA, Canada, South Korea, UK, and Japan. This year, we set up our Southeast Asia branch company in Benin Spice. Sichuan Wilai, we have 160 staff. So far, we have organized 100 competitions and events, working together with 20 plus municipal governments. In Europe, we collaborate with embassy, a Hungary embassy in China, and we are running an innovation center in Budapest. The 2021 to 2023 China CEC Industrial Forum and the 2023 Women in Tech Forum and the 2024 Women Science Conferences. With the Hungary Embassy in China, we also run Smart Hungary Roadshow and matchmaking conferences every year since 2021. Last year, Smart Hungary held 5 events in Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Ningbo. About training, our entrepreneurship academy has 220 masters, including investors, funders, industrial leaders. They give real business experience and one-on-one guidance. Oh, these are our teachers. Capitals. About capitals, Sichuan Wilai, we manage 10 billion RMB funds and 20 million USD. We invest in pre-A, A, and A+ round in robotics, semiconductor, new materials, green energy, healthcare, and aerospace. So far, we already have invested 300 projects and 20 companies already listed, and 30 are in the pre-IPO stage. The background picture is taking land space. It's one of the famous aerospace company in China. We also have the soft landing zone and incubators. We are offering startup service, invest matchmaking, and full support. Our China soft landing zone now serves 15 cities, including Shanghai, Shenzhen, Ningbo, Hangzhou, and Wuhan. 6 years ago, we established our Europe office in Budapest, in Hungary, which is main location in Europe. It's easy transfer to all the Europe countries. The city Yancheng, Jiangsu, which is China Jiangsu province, has a friend relation with the 13 cities in South Korea. This year, we opened our office in South Korea together with Yancheng City. We are also very honored to set up our Southeast Asia branch companies in Malaysia. Many Chinese ancestors in Malaysia are coming from Fujian, Xinjiang province, so the Benin is very meaningful location for us. We are now work with the Quanzhou, Fujian province to build technology exchange network with Southeast Asia. About Xinjiang, Xinjiang is one of the southeast coast facing Taiwan province. It has 663 square kilometers of lines and 102 kilometers of coastline and 2.5 million populations. This annual GDP is 36 billion ringgit, about 21 billion ringgit and 36 billion yuan. Through our Sichuan platform, we hope to connect with the Xinjiang 7 key industries with Southeast Asia to support two-way technology exchange. Thank you very much for your time. Please feel free to connect with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation, Mr. Mark Ming-Shun Lee. Now, this initiative definitely emphasizes how local innovation hubs can cultivate entrepreneurship, technology adoption, and regional economic growth. Now, these Future City presentations showcase pioneering smart industrial zones, global innovation hubs, and next-generation development corridors designed to empower ASEAN innovation ecosystem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with all that, we conclude Day 1 of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025. And on behalf of the organizers, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our distinguished speakers, participants, and delegates for your valuable presence, insights, and contributions throughout today's sessions. Your presence here means the world to us. Give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gents. Your engagement ideas and collaborative spirit have laid a strong foundation for deeper regional cooperation, meaningful partnerships, and technology-driven innovation across ASEAN and beyond. We hope that the discussions and connections made today will spark new ideas, opportunities, and initiatives as we continue working together toward a future-ready innovation ecosystem. Thank you once again for your time, energy, and active participation. We wish you a pleasant evening, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for Day 2 as we continue this journey of collaboration, innovation, and regional progress. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Take care.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovations Co-working Office Space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusted network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneurs Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Spanning from Zurich to Beijing, traversing Eurasia continent to the Arabian Gulf, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation has forged a trusting network for global business leaders over 15 years. As a non-governmental, non-profit international organization, we architect the value creation as our campus, building bridges for Chinese enterprises to engage in global dialogues. Through our 7 annual summits, we build strategic corridors across 4 continents. As Asian camel bells transform into digital arteries, China-Arab cooperation ushers in the new chapter. SIEF is the driving force behind this transformation. In 2023, the inaugural China-Arab Entrepreneur Summit was launched. Over the past 3 years, hundreds of public and private sector leaders from China, the Arab world, and beyond have joined us in supporting the economic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. We are unlocking infinite possibilities for China-Arab cooperation, leveraging this summit as an annual gathering. With our newly established Middle East and Africa Center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, we are now providing on-the-ground support with 4 strategic pillars to the regional economic diversification agendas. From China to the Middle East, the Sino International Entrepreneurs Federation remains at the forefront of global cooperation. Join us and walk alongside world leaders in government and business to shape a new chapter in China-Arab cooperation.
Innovation connects us. Together we advance through technology and collaboration. ASEAN Technology, Cooperation and Development Summit 2025.
Welcome to Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, your new favorite place to work, connect, and grow. Whether you need a private office with natural light, a dedicated desk with secure storage, or the flexibility of a hot desk, we've got a space for you. We have private offices and separate desks, as well as boardrooms up to 20 people. Just need a business address? Our virtual office with mail service has you covered. Also, we offer a range of optional services too, like reserved parking and private secured Wi-Fi just for you. Every membership includes 24/7 keycard access, use of multiple boardrooms, free parking, Wi-Fi, and even printer and scanner access. Plus, you'll love our kitchen stocked with coffee and tea and a furnished outdoor patio to soak in the sun. Intrinsic features a thoughtfully designed entertainment area, perfect for team breaks, casual meetings, or after-hours socials. Outfitted with comfortable seating, library area, and game table. Located just steps from Mount Royal University and minutes to downtown and major roads like Crowchild, Glenmore, and Stony Trail, getting here is super easy. We're surrounded by great spots like Tim Hortons, Domino's, and Spot On Restaurant. Plus, there's a UPS drop-off nearby too. At Intrinsic, you'll find more than just a quiet, private place to work. You'll join a warm, welcoming community and even get to network at our monthly events. So why choose us? Because you deserve a bright, modern workspace that inspires you, supports your goals, and makes every workday better. Come work with us at Intrinsic Innovation's co-working office space, the place where your best work begins.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and welcome to the gala dinner and official launch ceremony. We invite you to take this opportunity to network and engage with fellow participants. Thank you. May I kindly request all guests and VIPs to stand as we prepare for the distinguished arrival of His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, Raja Muda Selangor. Para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, diminta untuk semua berdiri mengumumkan keberangkatan tiba Duli Yang Teramat Mulia Raja Muda Selangor. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Menghadap Duli Yang Teramat Mulia, Raja Muda Selangor Tengku Amir Shah Ibni Sultan Sharafuddin Idris Shah Al-Haj. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik merafak sembah menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih di atas perkenan Duli Yang Teramat Mulia tuanku berangkat mencemaduli ke majlis pada malam ini. Sesungguhnya dengan keberangkatan Duli Yang Teramat Mulia tuanku menyerikan lagi majlis dan amat dinanti-nantikan oleh patik-patik sekalian. Ampun tuanku. Patik mohon perkenan Duli Yang Teramat Mulia tuanku untuk meneruskan atur cara majlis dalam bahasa Inggeris dan seterusnya mengalu-alukan div-div kehormat. Menjunjung kasih tuanku. Tan Sri Syed Jalaluddin, Senior Advisor ISAT, Dato Tan Yu Chong, Honorary Advisor ATCDS, Dato Steve Chia, Chairman ISAT, Ms. Ravina Chen, Organising Chair ATCDS, Professor Dato Dr. Ansari, ISAT, Ms. Maki, UNESCO, Madam Marina, UNESCO, Tengku Mahakunia Bijaya, His Highness Protocol Team, and Tengku Orang Kaya Menteri Diraja, His Highness Protocol Team. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great honor to welcome His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, Patron of the Southeast Asia Chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network (ENET) for Asia Pacific, hosted in Malaysia by the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy (ISED). Your Highness, Tengku Amir Shah, Crown Prince of Selangor, and Royal Patron of the Southeast Asia of UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network, (ENET), Excellencies, Ambassadors, Ministers, distinguished guests, investors, and CEOs, esteemed guests from across the Asia-Pacific region, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Gala Dinner and the official launch of the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network, (ENET). This regional chapter is the first such initiative in partnership of UNESCO ENET and is hosted in Malaysia by the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISET. Tonight, we gather to celebrate the power of culture, innovation, and partnership, and to provide a strategic platform for diplomacy, collaboration, and entrepreneurship among leaders for more than 15 countries. It is truly an honor and privilege to have with us His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, Crown Prince of Selangor and Royal Patron of ENET Southeast Asia. His Highness will officiate the launch this Southeast Asia chapter, marking a significant milestone in fostering entrepreneurship, education, and regional collaboration across Asia Pacific. Before we officially begin the evening proceedings, may I kindly request all guests to ensure their mobile phones are on silent mode. And we would also like to invite everyone to be seated as we commend this prestigious gathering. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now please Ms. Maki, Director of UNESCO Regional Office, Jakarta, and Dato Steve Chia, Chairman of Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, or ISET, the Southeast Asia chapter of UNESCO ENET. May I kindly request that all guests please remain standing and join me in a warm round of applause to welcome His Highness onto the stage. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to invite Dato Steve Chia, the Chairman of the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISET, the Regional Secretariat to the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network, ENET, to deliver the welcome remarks. Dato Steve Chia is a distinguished leader advocating for entrepreneurship, education, and sustainable development across the region. He plays a pivotal role in fostering collaboration and innovation among ASEAN nations, guiding initiatives that strengthen the ecosystem for entrepreneurs and future leaders. Under his leadership, the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISET, is dedicated to advancing inclusive, sustainable socio-economic development across Asia. ISET envisions resilient economies where innovation, equity, and sustainability drive progress and opportunity for all. By empowering youth, fostering entrepreneurship and education, promoting ethical enterprises, and ISET enable individual, institution, and policymakers to adapt and thrive in this dynamic environment. Through strategic multi-sector partnership, ISET connect ideas and policies to catalyze lasting change, advancing a more inclusive and prosperous Asia for generations to come. Please join me in a warm round of applause to welcome Dato Steve Chia.
Thank you very much for the very comprehensive introduction. Ampun Tuanku. A very good evening to Your Highness Tengku Amir Shah Ibn Sultan Sharifuddin Idris Shah Al Haj, the Crown Prince of Selangor. Puan Series, Tan Series, Dato, Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed representatives from the EENet chapters, ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound respect and immense pleasure that I stand before you this evening. On behalf of the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, or ISET, I extend my warmest and most sincere welcome to all gathered here for this very, very historic occasion. Tonight, we officially launch the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network, or EENet, proudly hosted by the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, ISET. This marks a monumental achievement not only for our region and Malaysia, but also for the advancements of sustainable entrepreneurship and youth development. Firstly, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, patron of the Southeast Asia chapter of UNESCO EENet. Thank you, Tuanku, for honoring us with your presence and for your visionary patronage of this crucial initiative. Your unwavering support galvanizes our efforts and ensures that lasting impact of this regional chapter. We also acknowledge your continued leadership and dedication to nurturing youth empowerment and innovation across Southeast Asia. To Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, representing the leadership of UNESCO Asia Pacific, we sincerely thank you for championing the mission and for placing your trust in ISET to lead this inaugural regional partnership. To the ambassadors, the EENet national chapters, the representatives here, our partners here tonight, your presence is a testimony to the power of collaboration across diplomacy, entrepreneurship, education, and sustainability. We appreciate your commitment to equipping our youth with the skills necessary for the future. ISET, as the host organization, remains steadfastly committed to the UN sustainability goals. Our role as the regional secretariat to the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO EENet is a natural extension of our mission to fuse entrepreneurship education with responsible and sustainable growth. This regional chapter provides a dynamic platform for shaping policies, exchanging best practices, and developing scalable solutions designed to drive prosperity across ASEAN and beyond. To realize this vision, we are advancing impactful international collaboration, including the Global Youth Leadership Program, championed by His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, in partnership with Tsinghua University. This initiative cultivates visionary leaders through curated activities and meaningful cross-cultural engagements. We are also developing a regional competency test entrepreneurship assessment program with Asia E-University's School of Professional and Executive Education Development, SPEED. Through our partnership with ASAI, the Association of Southeast Asia Institute of Higher Learning, the program will be presented to an extensive network of 443 universities in the region. Additionally, through the collaboration with UNESCO in Roulette, the International Research and Training Center for Rural Education at Beijing Normal University, we will offer essential skill development and workshops for educators and students, particularly in the rural areas. These concrete initiatives reflect our immediate commitment to practical, results-driven programs. We continuously seek strategic partnerships to create impactful projects aligned with our mission to advance United Nations SDGs, promoting inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development throughout the region. Before concluding, I would like to extend heartfelt appreciation to our core sponsors and partners. This launch would not have been possible without the invaluable contributions of Intrinsic SEA, organizer of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025, the Diplomatic Council, with its United Nations Special Consultative Status, and the Sino International Entrepreneurial Federation, and all our esteemed partners. Your steadfast commitment is vital to our success. In closing, I wish to once again express my deepest gratitude to His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, patron of the Southeast Asia chapter of UNESCO EENet, for his inspiring leadership and unwavering support, which has continued and will continue to motivate us to strive for excellence in empowering future generations. Thank you all once again for your dedication and to our shared vision for a sustainable and prosperous future. Menunjung kasih tuanku, ampun tuanku.
Thank you, Dato Steve Chia, for your insightful and inspiring words. We truly appreciate your vision, guidance, and leadership in advancing entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainable development throughout the ASEAN region. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, Director of the UNESCO Regional Office Jakarta, to deliver her welcome address. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause.
Your Royal Highness Tengku Amir Shah, Excellencies, distinguished partners and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is an honor and pleasure to be here with you today to launch the Southeast Asia chapter of UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network under the patronage of Your Royal Highness. Your support and encouragement in youth development initiatives reflects our common commitment to shape the future through education and training towards inclusive, sustainable growth and development. From the UN Transforming Education Summit to the Global Education Meeting, the world has reaffirmed its commitment to inclusive, quality, lifelong learning for all. The Sustainable Development 4-Goal Agenda continues to guide global efforts towards equitable quality education, lifelong learning, and skills for the future. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished partners and colleagues, entrepreneurship education is a catalyst for achieving SDG 4. I am honored to speak on the topic today that is both timely and transformative. Entrepreneurship education goes beyond just teaching and learning business skills. It is about nurturing creativity, resilience, and problem solving. It is about empowering learners to adapt, innovate, and lead in a world that is changing faster than ever before. And it's about embedding these competencies across the entire education system, from foundational learning to lifelong learning. This lifelong learning approach reflects UNESCO's vision as the lead agency for Sustainable Development Goal 4 and as the Secretariat of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network for Asia and the Pacific. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished partners and colleagues, the Asia-Pacific region has achieved remarkable progress from near universal primary education and gender parity to a high portion of qualified teachers. While we celebrate these successes, we must also recognize the challenges that remain. Today, an estimated 127 million children and youth in Asia-Pacific are still out of school. The nature of learning, teaching, and work is evolving rapidly, driven by climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, and most recently, digital technology advancements. While digital technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives, access remains uneven. The connectivity gap, the digital divide between low-income and high-income groups, and between rural and urban communities, continues to limit opportunities for millions. Economically, the fragile post-pandemic recovery has pushed many youth into informal work, making entrepreneurial skills more vital than ever. Technological shifts like AI and automation demand not only digital skills, but also strong foundation in literacy, numeracy, and ethics. Demographic changes reveal untapped youth potential in Southeast Asia in some countries, while aging populations in other parts of the region call for more flexible and inclusive lifelong learning systems. Socially, migration and intergenerational shifts require flexible, inclusive learning pathways. And with the climate crisis, green skills are essential for emerging sectors like renewable energy and sustainable agriculture. Hence, at UNESCO, we believe that entrepreneurship education equips the learners with future-ready skills and mindsets to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished partners and colleagues, to stay ahead, education must be transformed, and UNESCO is helping to lead that transformation. Through its global leadership, regional platforms, and country-level engagement, UNESCO supports policy development, capacity building, and partnerships that help countries embed transformative approaches like entrepreneurship education into their systems. UNESCO plays a pivotal role in this transformation. Through initiatives like the Global Skills Tracker, Global Skills Academy, and the Entrepreneurial Learning for TVET guidelines, UNESCO supports countries in aligning with labor market needs, fostering innovation, and promoting lifelong learning. The UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network, ENET, with its national chapters, exemplifies its commitment, advocating for flexible learning pathways, innovative financing, and cross-sector collaboration. As we rethink education for the future, entrepreneurship education must be central, not just as a subject, but as a strategy to unlock human potential and accelerate progress towards SDG 4. Today marks a significant milestone, the launch of the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network. It is a testimony to the power of sub-regional cooperation in transforming education systems and accelerating progress toward SDG 4. The Southeast Asia chapter brings together national chapters, policymakers, educators, youth, and partners across borders. It creates a platform for shared learning, joint innovation, and coordinated action, recognizing that no country can achieve SDG 4 in isolation. Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, distinguished partners and colleagues, our challenges are interconnected, and so must be our solutions. This launch reflects UNESCO's commitment to system-wide transformation. Through EENet, we are rethinking entrepreneurship education, not as a nice subject, but as a lifelong learning approach that spans foundational learning, TVET, higher education, and adult learning. It is about embedding entrepreneurial thinking into curricula, pedagogy, and policy. By strengthening sub-regional cooperation, we unlock new opportunities for cross-sectoral partnerships with academia, private sector, and civil society, innovating financing to support national developed education systems, and amplifying youth voices in shaping educational policy. Let this sub-regional chapter be a catalyst, not only for Southeast Asia, but for the entire Asia-Pacific region, to reimagine education, empower learners, and build resilient, future-ready societies. On behalf of UNESCO, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to Your Royal Highness for your steadfast commitment to education and youth empowerment, two pillars essential to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. I also wish to acknowledge a valuable partnership with the organizing committee of the ASEAN Technology Cooperation and Development Summit 2025, a landmark event driving regional innovation and entrepreneurship. Finally, but not the least, I commend our collaboration with ISED, the host of the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Partnership, and with all the national chapters whose tireless efforts on the ground are driving real change and empowering youth across the region. Together, we can make entrepreneurship education a cornerstone of education, SDG 4 education implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maki, for sharing your vision and dedication to advancing education and innovation across the region. Your insights are truly inspiring. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our great honor to introduce His Highness Tengku Amir Shah Ibni Sultan Sharifuddin Idris Shah Al-Haj, the Crown Prince of Selangor and patron of the Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network (EENet) for Asia Pacific. We are now privileged to invite His Highness to deliver his keynote address. Please join me in giving a warm and respectful welcome to His Highness Tengku Amir Shah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today on this truly momentous occasion, the official launch of the Southeast Asian chapter of the UNESCO Entrepreneurship Education Network. Let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the partners who have made this historic day possible. To Ms. Maki Katsuno Hayashikawa, the representative from UNESCO, your presence here today is a powerful testament to the global faith in this initiative. Thank you, Ms. Maki, and the entire UNESCO Asia Pacific team for your trust and commitment to fostering human potential in our region. To Dato Steve Chia, the chairman of the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship and Diplomacy, I said, thank you for your relentless vision and dedication. I said, as an organization committed to advancing sustainable certifications and the Sustainable Development Goals, is the perfect strategic anchor for this critical future-focused network here in Malaysia and ASEAN. We are deeply honored to be joined by our many distinguished ambassadors and excellencies today. Your support highlights the critical diplomatic and strategic importance of this regional undertaking. To the organizers of the ASEAN Tech Summit and to the representatives of the UNESCO EENet national chapters and partners from across the Asia-Pacific region, thank you for traveling here from over 20 countries to join us. Your collective expertise and collaboration from the essential backbone of this network. And we look forward to integrating your best practices into the Southeast Asian context. The launch we inaugurate today is nothing short of historic. The Southeast Asian chapter of UNESCO EENet represents the very first sub-regional partnership of this magnitude with UNESCO Asia Pacific. This initiative serves as an institutional pillar for regional cooperation, marking a major expansion of the EENet across the entire Asia Pacific. This chapter is far more than a technical arrangement. It is a profound and tangible declaration of our shared belief in the transformative power of education and entrepreneurship. It is a crucial alignment of regional action with a global mandate, a commitment to building a collaborative ecosystem, dedicated to equipping our youth with the knowledge, mindset, and resilience needed to excel in the 21st century across ASEAN and beyond. This partnership ensures that we move forward together, leveraging shared knowledge to address common development challenges throughout the region. Crucially, the timelessness of this launch cannot be overstated, coinciding as it does with Malaysia's ASEAN Chairmanship of the ASEAN Summit. This UNESCO EENet Southeast Asian chapter launch stands as a foundation demonstration of our commitment to human capital development and innovation as a core pillar of our regional leadership. Furthermore, its relevance is amplified by the ASEAN Technology Summit, which correctly focused regional attention on the emergence of disruptive technologies, especially artificial intelligence. The Southeast Asia chapter of the UNESCO EENet is our proactive response. It ensures that our education and our ethical drivers of AI-powered solution rather than just passive consumers. The strategic alignment maximizes our regional impact, ensuring our collaboration is timely, relevant, and future-proof. We are immensely proud that the Southeast Asian chapter of UNESCO EENet is officially hosted in Malaysia by the Asia Institute of Sustainability, Entrepreneurship, and Diplomacy. The decision to select Selangor and Malaysia to lead this regional initiative underscores the strong foundation we have built in cultivating innovation and youth empowerment. It signifies that our nation is recognized as a regional dynamic hub where cutting-edge ideas in entrepreneurship, education, and diplomacy can be piloted and scaled across the entire ASEAN region and beyond. This is a profound responsibility that we embrace with dedication and enthusiasm. The core mission of our UNESCO EENet, originally established in 2013 by UNESCO IPED, is to facilitate international policy dialogue and knowledge exchange. This function is precisely what makes this partnership essential. This emphasis on entrepreneurship education for our youth is directly and powerfully relevant to nation building across ASEAN. UNESCO EENet is engineered to drive cross-border policy harmonization and educational consistency, ensuring that our entrepreneurial engine is consistent and robust across the entire regional economy. by instilling an entrepreneurial mindset defined by creativity, critical thinking, and disciplined problem solving, we build resilience against global shocks and ensure high-value employment is generated not just locally, but regionally. We are fundamentally invested in a future where all ASEAN nations can compete, innovate, and lead on the global stage, ensuring we meet our aspiration for sustainable, high-income status and lasting stability. The network directly supports ASEAN youth and education by focusing on practical action solutions directly supporting the spirit of SDG 4. This holistic approach ensures our young people are not just job seekers, but job creators who build enterprises that are economically viable, socially inclusive, and environmentally responsible, preparing them fully for the transformative change of the fourth industrial revolution. Here in Selangor, we are already deeply invested in cultivating our youth leadership and entrepreneurial spirit. Our commitment is evident in the proactive work being done through the Selangor youth community and the Yayasan Raja Muda Selangor. A regional and international initiative like the EENet, with its vast network of experts, policymakers, and educational institutions, offer an invaluable complement to this local work. This synergistic relationship ensures that our local initiatives are both globally relevant and locally rooted, capable of scaling impactful solutions across borders, fulfilling our duty to our youth. The Southeast Asia chapter of UNESCO EENet will not only be a network, but a powerful engine to economic and social transformation, ensuring a more prosperous, sustainable, and equitable future for all our youth. I wish the Southeast Asia chapter of UNESCO EENet, ISED, and all of our partners the greatest success in this journey. May the seeds sown today blossom into the forest of entrepreneurial excellence across our entire region. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Highness, for your visionary guidance and unwavering support for entrepreneurship, education, and innovation throughout the ASEAN region. Your leadership continues to inspire and shape the future of our community, and we are truly grateful for your enduring commitment to the development of youth and education in our region. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the official launch of this auspicious occasion. We are honored to invite His Highness Tengku Amir Shah together with our dignitaries and key stakeholders to the stage for a group photo. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will now proceed with the official launch of this auspicious occasion. A very symbolic and momentous occasion. We're going to go by cutting the ribbon. On a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big round of applause to congratulate on this momentous milestone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you may return back to your seats. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to present the Happiness Security Visionary Award. The recipient of this esteemed award is Mr. Liu Chun Lin. May I kindly request everyone to please join me in a big round of applause to congratulate Mr. Liu Chun Lin on this remarkable achievement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Liu Chun Lin. Congratulations, Mr. Liu Chun Lin. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present the Excellence in Global Thought Leadership Award. This recipient of prestigious award is Miss Irene Kian Hu Lin. Please join me in offering a warm round of applause to congratulate Miss Irene Kian Hu Lin on this remarkable achievement. Congratulations, Miss Irene Kian Hu Lin. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present the Excellence in Public Service and Sustainable Development Award. The award is presented to Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chong, May I kindly request everyone to please join me in a big round of applause to congratulate Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chon on this outstanding achievement. Congratulations, Dato Dr. Tan Yu Chon. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present the Creation Intelligence Award. The recipient of this prestigious award is Mr. Alec Wang. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to congratulate Mr. Alec Wang on this remarkable achievement. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, Ms. Ravenna Chen will now present an appreciation token to His Highness Tengku Amir Shah, the Crown Prince of Selangor. May I kindly request everyone to please rise and join me in showing our heartfelt appreciation for His Highness' support and guidance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite all the winners to be up on stage for a group photo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite all the winners to be up on stage for a group photo. Thank you. We would like to invite the members of the media and our photographers and videographers to come forward to the stage to take the photo and the video. Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You may now return back to your seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dinner will now be served. We warmly invite all guests to enjoy a delicious main course while continuing to network and engage with fellow participants. Bon appetit, and may this evening be both delightful and inspiring. Enjoy your dinner.
you.